After the election, where them do, we still they wait for the change, All the promise when they make, it don't they be like saying a fake, Where the money, where the food, Cause everybody want improve. Since you come, no tears and pain, we don't tire to complain, I see the bad way you've been do. You don't tear Nigeria into two. 97% and 5%. You know been talk like president. They rule Nigeria with sentiment. And take your office to revenge. Oh yeah now, Oga Buhari, we dey beg you. Let Nigeria no go scatter for your head, yo. Yes, sir. After the election, where them do, we still dey wait to see the change, yo. Cause all the promise when they make, it don't they be like saying a fake, yo. And where the money, where the food, Nigerian people want improve. But since you come, na tears and pain, we don't tire to complain, No employment for the youth, insecurity no improve. Inflation don't they hit the roof. Still government no they say the truth. Oh yeah, my brother, this change now yawa. We don't do this suffer. Pray God for Nigeria. Oh yeah, my sister, this comment now yawa. You don't do this suffer. We pray God for Nigeria. After the election, where them do, we still they wait to see the change. Cause all the promise when they make, it don't they be like saying a fake, yo. Where the money, where the food, Nigerian people want improve. But since you come, na tears and pain, we don't tire to complain, See us economy just the fall, but it just the travel around the world. I be your office there for sky. Now your time for working the take and the fly. We no give you the vote but you take them. Certificate is certificate. Ababa Buhari, election criminal. I make you collect and you hail them. Suki collect you the jail them. Ababa Buhari, you the partial. After the election, where them do, we still they wait for the change. All the promise when they make, it don't they be like saying a fake. Where the money, where the food, cause everybody want improve. Since you come, no tears and pain, we don't tire to complain, Only you and your people, they chop all the loot where you gather. Now enjoyment today, you know come presidency to suffer. You rule Nigeria like say na war. You fight corruption, they break the law. Worry is better, you withdraw. And you blame Jonathan for all of your flaws. Jonathan don't give you the power. Man, we no like you wahala. You no believe in your policy, pack up and let us be. After the election, where them do, we still they wait to see the change, yo. Cause all the promise when they make, it don't they be like saying a fake, yo. Where the money, where the food, Nigerian people want improve. But since you come, na tears and pain, we don't tire to complain, the election where them do. We still they wait for the change. All the promise when they make.
Chai! Now wow, people wey suppose talk truth to power don't off mic. And if we talk, now 500,000 they go summer us, call them hate speech. But fear not, Maiyegun don't come. Him go torchlight every corner, nooks and cranny of all these bad people where they spoil our country. So my people make we loud, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. My people make we shout, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, man of the masses, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. Maiyegun diary Politico, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. This one not the off in mind, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. Can in the touchlight every corner, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. Okay, some people be they holla say they want the power. Chai, them be promise us say we go get light and power. Them hustle sote they can't get the power. But now they know they do anything with the power. Every day, dollar just they get it higher power over naira. See them talk say make we off mind, but thank God say Maiyegun don't come. So my people make you loud, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. My people make we shout, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, man of the masses, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. Maiyegun diary Politico, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. This one not they off in mind, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. Person where they do evil, no one make person talk. Them say that Maiyegun, that man too they talk. He too they talk. Say Maiyegun diary, he they hot like pepper. But every day then they take money in bulk. Poor man picking, they the street they hawk. Still them talk say make we no talk. But thank God say Maiyegun don't come. So my people make you loud, oh yo yo. Maiyegun don't come, oh yo yo. My people make you shout, oh yo.
Hello there. Thank you very much. Please share the broadcasts. Invite your friends and invite everyone that should be here. Tag them. Tell them Maiyegun is live.
Àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o. Bó bá ṣe eré, àní Maiyegun máa wí.
Our Lady Ojora Elizabeth.
Maiyegun diary Politico. Godfatherism.
Kò sí lọ́rọ̀ Maiyegun.
The constitution to be subjected to a referendum for the Nigerian people. Why are we afraid of a referendum? Referendum simply means that the people buy into the document so that it does not just become plastic. It becomes animated. It carries the will of the people. It carries their imprimatur. It becomes legitimate. It becomes respected. It becomes autochthonous. It enjoys the will, respectability, and legitimacy of the people, as the American people did. In about 1788, in Philadelphia, when they met, the Republic of Nigeria at the age of 24, and he was Nigeria's permanent representative at the United Nations before he was 26. Dr. Jack Yakubu Gowon became head of state of Nigeria at the age of 32. And guess what? He was a bachelor. People like King Alfred Dietespi. They became governors, many of them, Dr. Sam Ogbemudia, at the age of between 28 and 30. Today, you have Nigerians who are between 30 and 35 still struggling to pass through the university to get their first degree, because a course that ought to have been for 4 years is elongated through strikes and other catastrophes to become a course of 7 years, 8 years, and 9 years. Now, the children that ought to be protected are rendered most vulnerable. In Nigeria, they go to school. In their schools, they are captured by Boko Haram, by kidnappers, by armed bandits, and their parents are made to pay ransom. In fact, in the one that happened in Kaduna, that one took on an higher altitude when the kidnappers now demanded from the parents of the kidnapped children to buy and bring for them bags of rice, beans, gari, palm oil, vegetable oil, sugar, salt, Maggi cubes. They even dictated how many of these should be brought, or else they will kill their children. That was to keep the children alive for the purpose of ransom being paid for them. So we have a situation where we are all vulnerable, not just our children. In schools, we are vulnerable. In our markets, we are vulnerable. In our offices, we are vulnerable. On the streets, we are vulnerable. In our farms, we are vulnerable. In the air, we are vulnerable. On the waters, we are vulnerable. Everywhere, there is problem. Nigeria has never had it so bad. And a country like that, without peace and tranquility, without security and welfare, which are the two primary purposes of government, can never progress. It will just suffer the fate of the barber's chair of perpetual motion on its axis without any progress. And that is why today's symposium, today's workshop on Nigerian children and insecurity is very apt, very apposite, and very timeless, because it presents us an opportunity to x-ray the clear and present danger of the multifarious problems that currently beset the Nigerian child, who, when he is not able to go to school, is also made a child laborer, selling gala and pure water on our streets, or married out as a girl wife to rich people between the ages of 12 and 16. That is not how to grow or develop a country. Nigeria must begin to go back to brass tacks. We need a new constitution for the people, a constitution to be subjected to a referendum for the Nigerian people. Why are we afraid of a referendum? Referendum simply means that the people buy into the document, so that it does not just become plastic, it becomes animated. It carries the will of the people. It carries their imprimatur. It becomes legitimate. It becomes respected. It becomes autochthonous. It enjoys the will, respectability, and legitimacy of the people, as the American people did.
Thank you so much. I'm so happy that you are joining me again this hour. And before Dokpesi run mad or walk naked, let him know that he can save himself of any walking naked or walking mad by encouraging a thief coup and encouraging the PDP stalwarts to embrace what will actually put the whole wahala to rest. Begin the process of a new constitution, which indeed has the input of everyone in Nigeria. Dokpesi shocked us. So initially, I actually thought it was just a rider, a media kind of, clickbait. He actually said it. So Dokpesi and the rest of all those politicians who told you, let me put it this way. The politicians who pretended that they were dead or deaf, dumb, when the Biafrans were being slaughtered by Buhari, they are going to tell you how much they love Biafra. Oh, man. Dokpesi has opened the floodgates, and you begin to see the Biafrans who become the beautiful bride as the election approaches. So when they said that Dokpesi said he was going to walk naked if Atiku should fail to hand over to a president from Southeast, which is a president from Igbo land in 2027, is going to walk naked if he's still alive. Just for the record, this is what Dokpesi is quoted to have said, word for word. Okay, he is the campaign chairman for Atiku for President 2023. And ladies and gentlemen, I have a lot of revisionism I'm going to do this evening because they are necessary. The criminals who brought Buhari to power, the criminals who told you then that all you needed was just to follow change. When the change didn't pay them, they turned around to save you. But what about their own antecedent as well? That in fact gave birth to Buhari, word for word, right? This is what Dokpesi said. He said, Atiku is the surest bet. He is the shortest cut to a Southeast presidency. The truth is that it will be about 80 years then. We only need him to rescue Nigeria now. Same thing they told you about Buhari, just to rescue Nigeria then from PDP. So these PDP guys crossed over to APC to make that happen. And how far did that go? Dokpesi, we are confronted with heavy challenges as a nation. Once we lay the foundation for restructuring and for pushing Nigeria forward, then it will exit. That's the message they are bringing to you. Atiku will be too old to go for 2 terms. It's just going to pave way for the Igbos to be presidents. I'm still coming to that, but let me continue reading. He said, he is not coming because he is hungry. Their usual line. I'm not coming because I'm hungry. I'm rich. I've stolen enough from you guys. I just want to steal more. So I'm not hungry. I want to come and help you. He said, he is not coming because he is hungry, but he has an agenda. And the agenda is Nigeria. One Nigeria. We are in a grave situation in Nigeria. We need to unite. Election is coming. We need to unite and save Nigeria. Hey, let us unite and save Nigeria. Oh, right? We need to take power. Power from these impostors that have seized power and run Nigeria aground. Dokpesi said, our party, Papa deceive Peking, people destroying people. our party believes in rotation of the office of president between the North and South for 2 terms of 8 years. That was why former President Olusegun Obasanjo handed over to late Umaru Yar'Adua. But after his death, former President Goodluck Jonathan took over and completed his term. Jonathan also asked for another 4 years, which was given to him. But when he started asking for another term in 2015, right, the North felt it was against the zoning agreement of the party. So we went into the election with a divided house and we lost. But when he started, that is why we have reasoned that for us to wrestle power from APC, we need a strong presidential candidate from the North after Buhari. Since it is believed that the Northeast and Southeast are the 2 geopolitical zones that have not produced a president, we felt that Atiku, coming from the Northeast, is a strong candidate for the job. Dokpesi said. Continue. We must put forward a strategy, and the strategy of winning. We are not soldiers. We cannot carry guns and chase APC away. So we must calculate and ride on the back of who is that benevolent northerner for these remaining 4 years. 4 years, I am saying, because 8 years would be passed by then. Jargonzo. Now, and then said, if I'm alive till then, I will go naked in one-man march. If Southeast is not given the presidency, I will put my life on the line and I will never be silent, he said. Now, they are coming. Not just that, he said, it's a matter of timing. Those clamoring for the Southern presidency now are APC governors, and they are doing so for selfish reasons. Buhari has never respected the equity provision in our constitution. So, yes, that part, which became the headline, was where he said, if I'm alive till then, I will go naked in a one-man march if Southeast is not given the presidency. I will put my life on the line. I will never be silent. How many of you remember Tom Ikimi? Was it Tom Ikimi? No, not Tom Ikimi. It was John Momo, the guy who owns Channels Television. You remember when the guy said, if Buhari does not perform in 100 days or in 1 year, that you should stone them. You remember that guy? Now, the time has come. You see all the killings, all the brutality. When Jonathan was there, and these guys were desperate in coming to take over power in 2014, 2015, the lifeless breathing Maiyegun had to organize a protest, a big protest against Jonathan. Now, this big terrorist in power today did not just emerge from anywhere. You see all those videos when you see Buhari in the North, and you see crowd everywhere and all of that. He's been getting that for the past 12 years before 2015. Since 2003, Buhari has been getting 8 million, 10 million, 12 million votes from northern Nigeria, because he was promising them Sharia, Islamization, Fulanization, Northernization, and everything that actually, covers the interest of the North. 12 million, 8 million, 10 million votes. But none of these votes could make Buhari president. When, at that time, PDP, people destroying people, they were taking advantage of the Igbos.
Because just same way you have you have this unwritten code, yeah, that Northerners, as much as they don't trust the South in one Nigeria, they don't trust the Igbos at all. So therefore, they would never want to vote for anyone who is a conk fanatic like Buhari. In fact, they even know Buhari's history. So as much as they will say an Igbo man will not be president of Nigeria, it's an unwritten code. It's not anywhere. In Nigeria, it's supposed to be one Nigeria. Everybody should be able to be president anytime. Christian, Muslim, Igbo, Yoruba, you know what I mean? But it is an unwritten code. Okay? They would never trust the Igbos. The Igbos too. They don't trust them. They don't trust their system as well. But PDP was able to convince them, the Igbo voters, since 1999. Majority of Igbo voters will rather vote for PDP or they won't vote at all. But PDP took advantage of that. They took them for granted. For 16 years, there was never a single time under PDP that Biafra was ever a conversation, a national conversation. 16 years. In fact, the last people who suffered greatly under PDP, they were the MASOB. You see what the IPOB are facing today. Back then, internet were not this so powerful and strong. The Igbos who identified as MASOB members fighting for Biafra, they were killed, slaughtered secretly. Many of them jailed. Innocent people were randomly picked up under PDP. Now, APC Egbekegbe of Buhari, before Buhari, around that time, Buhari himself will never even cross the bridge. He wants to be president of Nigeria, and he strongly believed that the North can make him president. They have the number. Then Atiku and gang, PDP, Saraki, give me names, please. Kwakwanso, Obasanjo, you know them. After 16 years, they joined Tifnumbu and his own crew from Southwest. Since Buhari always have his 12 million, that's solid. He never really counted, but he needed them, including money. There's this write-up. I wish I have the audio. I was trying to get the audio so that I could play that for you. There's this transcript of Saraki's statement on their expectation why they went for Buhari. So for 12 straight years, Northern Nigeria couldn't make Buhari president until PDP, Atiku, Saraki, Kwakwanso, this other one, this canary from Kogi, until they teamed up with the Southwest thieves, Tifnumbu and gang, and then make up the number to bring in Buhari. Immediately they brought Buhari in. Buhari started with them. Atiku that gave Buhari and APC his own private jet for campaign in 2014 to bring this change to you, right? And also confessed to have spent over 6 billion in bringing Buhari to government. Saraki that bragged that when they decided to bring Buhari in, Saraki, spent all of the election money of APC in all of the Southwest states, except Lagos. Now, the calamity they brought, they are about to play. Well, I said something about abusing the trust and the privilege of making the Igbos participate in their election. But now that Buhari has messed everything up, now that everybody has now realized their own boundary, Fulani knows that they are Fulanis and they are different from the Hausas. Hausas knows that they are now Hausas and they are different from the Yorubas. Yorubas now identify and see that indeed we are Yorubas in Nigeria. We are different from the Galas. When it comes to our nationality, the only thing we have in common is that we are all forced together to be part of Nigeria. And the way Buhari has managed to expose us now to what Nigeria is genuinely, it is not difficult to know that everybody is now waiting to take their turn. So that when another person gets there, they can say, now the Yoruba turn. If you complain, they will say, when it was Fulani turn, what you do? So when they finally drag another person, they say, okay, it is the Gala turn. It is the BBO turn if they will ever get it. But the point here is that in 7 years, APC change, APC, Egbekegbe, that came to power in 2015 were the machination and the making of the same rogue who want to walk naked so that Igbos can be president in 2027. That's the game. Did you see how they snuck in restructuring into that? PDP, that Atiku became vice president of. PDP ruled Nigeria for 16 solid years. When they had the opportunity of giving Nigeria democracy, they gave Nigeria kleptocracy. No, I think they call it, there's this thing, kleptocracy. I think that's what it is. Kleptocracy, thieving crazy. You know, democracy was supposed to be government of the people, for the people, by the people, as they define them for our secondary school. They say democracy is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. But Nigeria democracy, which is kleptocracy, is government of the kleptos, by the government of the kleptos, by the kleptos, for the kleptomaniacs. Thieves. 16 solid years. The trashy 1999 constitution. PDP actually perfected the scheme of rigging, looting, stealing, impunity, injustice. That's APC only came to legitimize. That's what happened. And that wouldn't have happened if these greedy, selfish criminals were actually thinking about Nigeria or the people and not themselves. 16 solid years. Atiku was 8 years vice president. In fact, it was during Atiku, or should I say, after Atiku, there is never any vice presidential, or let me say any vice president in Nigeria that ever enjoyed the unfettered, unchecked influence that Vice President Atiku enjoyed. It was so powerful. Listen, guys, so that some of you, Indomie generation, 1999, now when they born some of you shouting, Maiyegun, you don't know what you are talking about. I understand. You are just, some of you, now the joy of democracy. Democracy is here, thank God. To hell with military. Now that kind of happiness, your parents who were then boyfriend, girlfriend, democracy don't come. Shayo and the rest of that. Some of you, now that joy, say Nigeria go better, they take make some of you. if you are between the ages of 20, I mean, if you are between the ages of 20, 23, 25, ask your mama, ask your papa. If you are within that age and you are jumping up for one Nigeria, watching me right now, my friend, shut up your mouth. Come back home and do it. When you finish watching this video, ask your papa, ask your mama, papa, wetin make you decide to have me? I am 23 years old. I am as old as Nigeria's democracy. Wetin, papa, wetin make you? Ask them. Atiku and gang, they were those who ushered Nigeria into democracy. So if you are 23 years old, Atiku and gang, they were those who made your parents felt like Nigeria was going to be better if they have more children. If you are 20 years old, those are the people who are even having another hope that Nigeria is going to get better as long as democracy lasts. Listen, you are 20, you are 23. Maybe you are graduate, jobless, or even working, but struggling, suffering, smiling. You are educated, you believe, but you are completely miseducated. The reason why things like this are so important that we say them to you is that, you see, the next few hours, the next few days, weeks, months, the people who brought Nigeria to this current state, they are going to present themselves to you as your savior. And you are going to read lovely, 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 beautiful things they did, but they didn't do, by the way. But because of all those lies, you are going to be jumping from one platform to the other, defending your ancestors. It is my job to continue to tell you that even if Nigeria don't happen to you, if Nigeria don't shape you already, listen, I have been doing this for more than 7 years, okay? Many, you know, I've met many people. I've met many comments. I've met many supporters of different rogues in politics in Nigeria. I have been accused of working for some of these rogues. Depends on wherever your emotions swing to. So I'm not new to this. And some of those who have known Maiyegun for a while, right, they will tell you too that Maiyegun, many were wanle, repete, zazu se. But, you know, don't worry. Like, I've been doing this for a while, but I will make you think. That's one thing I will do perfectly well. I will get you to think. Then whatever you make of it is yours. Okay? 23 years old. And the people you are going to be writing sermons for on social media, the people you are going to be asking people to bring their father to come and contest with, the people you are going to be abusing and attacking for telling you the truth on social media, yeah, 23 years old. The people you are going to be abusing people for, they are the same people who are coming back to tell you they will give you electricity, they will give you road, they will give you schools, they will give you food, they will give you job, they will give you security, they will build your blah, blah, blah. They will lay your mat, lay your bed, blah, 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 blah nonsense. And you, emotionally, you are going to believe them. But the reason why people like us don't believe them, the reason why people like us says, yeah, it is a total waste. Don't do anything that endorse or validate them. Now, so then deceive your papa, deceive your mama at the age of 23. My job is to make sure that even if I can't save you, maybe I can save your children. Because very soon, you see, people don't get job, people don't get work. Or that they born. I say, Papa, you don't get work, you don't get work. Your wife don't get three, you have 3-4 kids. How are you going to, Papa, I don't know. Every time where I go out to go look for work. Papa, this country now, a terrible country. Every time I go out to look for work, when I come back helpless, I will just see this, this woman, 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 this wo What's man go do now? Nigeria can frustrate you, my brother. People have told me that too. Maiyegun, it's not easy. When you go out and go and look for everything, you come back home, you see your missus there, looking like you know, you're not even planning to have kids, but just feel like, you know what, if it's that terrible today, it can make you feel better tonight. Baba, now so they take on the cure depression, but Baba, depression no go. I don't enter the fifth child now. Why you no can use contraception? Why you no can use protection? I know a person will get money, they use protection. I am telling you experience of what Nigeria does and did to you and still doing to you. So you can abuse me. You can call me names. Okay? But just think about it. In 1999, it was the Atiku. Atiku was so influential, right? That when Obasanjo wanted to go for second term, listen to this. They said around that time, they believed that Obasanjo had no real structure. Yorubas didn't vote for PDP. They didn't vote for Obasanjo. They voted for AD, Falaye. So they said it was the Yaradua political blah, 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 blah. That's the Shehu Yaradua, the senior one. And when he died, Atiku inherited that. So there's this political base. That's the political base, PDM, that brought Obasanjo to power. So Obasanjo had nothing. So Atiku had free hand. When they wanted to sell government properties, it was Atiku in charge. He was able to sell them to himself by asking his friends to buy them at a giveaway prices. Imagine buying a government car. Imagine buying a government car that government paid 50 million for. And they say, you can't pay 50,000 for it. Like bazaar and all of that. Imagine having this very lovely, amazing building. Yeah? That government probably spent 1 point something billion as usual. And somebody is buying that for 300,000 naira. Atiku became rich. Ha 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 ha. Then it was time for Obasanjo to go for second term. That was when Obasanjo realized that he don't serve into Atiku's hand. Atiku has become so powerful, he's made himself so rich. And guess what? He continued to give himself credit to, we did a great job. That is why Obasanjo had to prostrate and say, please. They said Atiku no go let Obasanjo go for second. That was how powerful he was. That didn't change anything. No, it's not a spare tire. If anybody tells you that Atiku was a spare tire, it wasn't. In fact, when Obasanjo decided to remove him, Atiku, right, had so much political base. The first thing he did was that if you want to remove me, you can't just remove me. You have to impeach me. You have to go through the National Assembly. When Obasanjo got to National Assembly, he realized that more than half of them, from all parties, they are Atiku boys, like this Steve Numbu and all that. Cut the long story short, Atiku decided to go for presidency in 2007. That was when he met with Tifnumbu and they became friends. So he was a very powerful guy. It was that clout, that strength, that thing that could challenge Obasanjo. Obasanjo couldn't get rid of him and all of that. That strength is why when Jonathan said he wanted to go for second term in 2015, Atiku was like, I want to go for second term too. I want to go for presidency too. Okay, let's permutate it. I have the whole thing, but I don't have the presidential wherever to wield it. Let's go and start a new party. But there is a Buhari. That was how they brought Buhari to power. And immediately Buhari came in, first person he went for was Atiku. The second person he went for was Saraki. You know the story, and you know how it ended. Now, when they now found themselves in the trenches, all the promises they made, they trusted Buhari. Buhari jailed my father because my father was a thief anyway. People were coming out confessing, calling their family, calling themselves their names. But I will vote for Buhari. Last, it's not just all those lies that brought Buhari to power. It was the influence of Atiku and gang. Now, 2007, that Tifnumbu was Atiku's godfather. when Atiku decided to come and run for election under Tifnumbu's party. So in 2023, Atiku want to give it a shot again, and it is not a rumor. As you are watching this video, it is true. The only people who want a southern presidency are the Yorubas. And it is for selfish reason. Dokpesi is right. Do you want me to explain that? The southern presidency could have been collective. Are you with me now? Something like, what do they call that thing in America? My friends from, my people watching from the US. What do you normally call that thing in America? That bipartisan or by political something that, you know, all political parties, they will agree for the sake of common interest. Like they will say, you know what, we'll push for it together. Tell me, what do you call it? Bipartisan, whatever, I don't know. So Southern presidency should have been something from all of the people of the South, no matter the political party. Do you understand? Oh, no, it's not consensus yet. Consensus is when you agree to pick somebody to represent that interest. The first thing is that interest. We say, oh, all of us, because that's what they said. In 2015, they were like, if APC failed to give them northern candidates, northern Nigeria will not vote for APC. So that was why Atiku and Buhari, they were the options. Then Kwakwanso and the rest, they were the option from the north to make sure that the northern voters, right? It's like a consensus, whether PDP or whether APC, even PDP members in northern Nigeria, they have voted for PDP for governor in their states. When it came to president, they voted for APC. They didn't vote for Jonathan. They voted for Buhari. You remember 2015 now? That is something we call bipartisan, something that everybody agree. This is what we want. But do you know what? Yeah? It is only Tifnumbu and gang that are clamoring for southern presidency. But now, deceitfully, fraudulently, they tag their 2023, Tifnumbu 2023 swagger. Now, if you check what is swagger, it is Southwest Agenda, whatever, swagger 23. So, Dokpesi is right, because you see all these other PDP governors from southern Nigeria. Werewike, Seyi Makinde. Give me the names of all these PDP governors, please. Ugwayi of Ebonyi. Which other one again? Yeah? You see those ones from Niger Delta, PDP. They have all concluded that if PDP want to win in 2023, the candidate must be northern candidate. Afenifere said, if any political party presents northern candidates, Yorubas will not vote for any northern candidates. But I think a few days ago, about your Adebanjo said it's actually a pure waste of time. He is not interested in any election that is conducted under this fraudulent 1999 constitution. So Yorubas won't vote. So Dokpesi was right. Who are those clamoring for southern presidency? And who are those indeed working for southern presidency? You will realize there is only Tifnumbu and gang. Ironically. No, come on, it's not shocking. You have not been paying attention. Yes. Seyi Makinde and co, they are all rooting for a northern candidate, and don't be deceived, they are rooting for Atiku. They are going to launch Atifu's social media campaign in Lagos. They are going to call it the Atiku supporters team meet and greet something, and everybody, all the youths with their social media, some of them calling for Yoruba nation, some of them calling for Biafra. You're going to see them all telling you that it be like say it makes sense. It's a gradual thing. Atiku is going to restructure Nigeria. I trust Atiku will restructure Nigeria. That was how they told you, the Tifnumbu and gang, that they trusted that Buhari will restructure Nigeria. He will give you state police. He will give you resource control. He will give you this. He will give you that. Today, people are now drafting together how Tifnumbu is going to promise you the same. So, their darling people are now the IPOB. IPOB. No, dubious Dakpo. See, dubious Dakpo of Ogun State. What do they call that? The subsidy thief that is now governor of Ogun State, courtesy Ikene Shatabandu fake Pastor Ruga. I'm going to tell you something about that too. Don't worry, I'll get there. I'll get there. Dubious Dakpo has no choice, so to say, as we speak. They divided. I was coming to that, by the way. Maybe I should even just go into it, okay? Because that's where I'm about to get to. The people who are actually promoting the Southern agenda, Mimiko, Fayemi, Oyetola, Dubious Dakpo, Sanwo-Iku. These are APC ajeles in Ondo, Ogun, Osun, Ekiti, and Eko, Lagos. But within them, ladies and gentlemen, they are divided too. Yeah, they are divided. I told you, see, many of us who know how this is going to play out, we should not really act surprised when some things start coming to light. Èèyàn tán rẹ̀ bí ìyá àbèjì tó ní Kẹ́hìndé ńkọ́ tó ní wà ní ìlú òyìnbó. Ẹ mọ̀ nǹkan tí mo mean? Èèyàn tán ra ẹ̀ bí afọ́fúngbẹ́mu one Nigerian. Èèyàn tán ra ẹ̀ bí àwọn Buhari idiots, cyberbarians, the humbled slaves, the obedient fools, the sophisticated morons, the Buharidins, the Buhari Denotus, the Buhari Dijatus. I'm talking about the Buhari Shukus, the Ngoziaris, the Unekaharis, the Mumumadus, the Bele lecturers, the Mumu lecturers, the Facebook bandits, the social media adsman or adsmen. Nobody deceived themselves more than these categories of cyberbarians. So what they are now pushing for is that they are about to show that they love the Biafrans. They love the Biafrans. But talking about Tifnumbu and gang, like I wanted to, Tifnumbu want to be president. He doesn't need the Igbos. Let me tell you this. It will come out. Tifnumbu is going to talk about IPOB. Tifnumbu is going to talk about Biafra. But guess what? He is going to add salt to injury. Ikene Shatabandu, the Keneri, the new choir master of 2023 political charade. Fake Pastor Ruga, Ikene Shatabandu, special advisor to Buhari on condolences visit, burial arrangement, and trader money, popularly and generally known as Agbowori Baba Oja. He has already composed some new songs that he will be singing to you as he turned motivational speaker running for president in 2023. Now, within their camp, see how limited it has become and see why they are running to the north for validation. Tifnumbu won't get the Igbo votes. The PDP, Papa destroying Peking, people destroying people. They want Igbo votes that they have abused. Igbos have stopped voting. Voter apathy in Igbo land, which has become so escalated after the onslaught on IPOB. So Tifnumbu and gang, they don't need the Igbo vote. And they will not want to say any nice thing about the Igbos or the Biafrans or the IPOB, so that they don't want to offend the FEG inside the asshole rock. Buhari. And to them, they can do without them. But guess what? Within them, as they live in denial, Ikene Shatabandu, fake Pastor Ruga, is not slowing down. Osun State, they already have the faction there. Ogun State, where dubious Dapo is shaving their head as we speak. Some of them are complaining. But you know what? The people that are complaining are the people that are not in dubious Dapo, APC, Egbekegbe's government. People are lamenting. And then if you know the history of how dubious Dapo became governor of Ogun State, instead of the favorites, Ibekunle Omoamoshi, the former Akotileta Arungun Oke Moson, who is now the senator in Abuja, then Ibekunle Omoamoshi wanted to, wanted his successor to be his own protege, his own, proxy. Somehow, his friend, dubious Dapo, that has no political structure, but he had one thing going for him then. It was fake Pastor Ruga, Ikene Shatabandu. They managed Oshiomole, being the party chairman. They managed. Ibekunle Omoamoshi won the primary election, being the one in government, and at the same time being the one controlling the party in Ogun State. Ibekunle Omoamoshi is the closest crumb ass liquor to Buhari in Daura, always been. How could he get shortchanged? That could only happen when Ikene Shatabandu got involved. Sorry if this is kind of making you feel bored. I'm trying to wind you up. You see all those Tifnumbu, fake Pastor Ruga supporters and the rest of them. The reason why I keep going on and on is that I want to rile them up. As they are watching the video, it's going to make them feel like, shut up your mouth. Shut up your mouth. Don't talk to him like that. And I like making them feel angry. You know, when you are just angry and people in your house, they don't know why you are mad. They say, but Daddy, what are you watching now that you are just getting angry? Turn it off now if that person is making you angry. Mommy Kunle, if Daddy Kunle is angry, watching Maiyegun, is because I'm talking to him. He is a closet Buhari idiot. Sorry if that makes you feel somehow, okay? I know my audience and I know those I'm directing that at. So they live in denial. As we speak, I don't know where the loyalty of a dubious Dapo is going to be. I can tell you, free of charge, it is likely going to be with Pastor Ruga So in Ogun State, some people are trying to beat dubious Dakpo to it. That person, his name is Boyega Nosiru Isiaka, GNI. So in Ogun State, as we speak, the dubious Dakpo team, they are pretending to support Ashiwaju Awon Ole, Ashiwaju Awon Gbewiri, the Arokeshe of Bodilon. They are pretending to be supporting him for president. While Boyega Nosiru Isiaka, the one that's Gbewiri Daniel, the former governor as well, wanted to succeed him. And since it couldn't happen, he crossed over to APC. And now dubious Dakpo is the governor. And now that APC is also divided between Ashiwaju Awole and fake Pastor Ruga. They won't tell you this in, they won't tell you this in church. They won't tell you this in mosque. They won't tell you this on your TV. That is why when you are listening to me right now, just like, what is Maiyegun talking? I decided to give it a life because it's true. The point I'm making is that even the Southwest, that Tifnumbu, they want you to believe that Tifnumbu has in his pocket, they inside his pocket. You see that pocket? Oh, don't they inside down. And I'm waiting cause the hole. They don't cut the hole inside the pocket. Now Pastor Ruga cut them. They have Pastor Ruga faction in Kwara. They have Pastor Ruga faction in Oshun. They have Pastor Ruga faction in Lagos. They have Pastor Ruga faction in Ekiti. They have Pastor Ruga faction in Ogun State. They are where else? Waiting remain. Absolute nothing. So they are already divided, and that is why they will leak. They will leak Buhari. Anybody, they will leak anybody, anyone's ass in northern Nigeria to endorse them, even if Boko Haram will endorse them, even if Miyegun will endorse them, and the rest of them. But as for PDP, for 6 years, they watched Buhari do all of that they've done to the Igbos, to the Biafrans, to the IP, especially of late to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, to Oloye Sunday Igbo. But guess what? This is them now coming to say, we saw what Buhari did to you. It's so unimaginable, unbelievable. But you know what? If you just vote for us, we will just rescue you. Okay? And then, you see that restructuring, I will give it to you. Oh, you see that Biafra, we'll start talking about it. I mean, that's them all. So don't be surprised, though, if all these PDP begin to push and push and push, and before you know it, they say they don't release Igbo, they've released Nnamdi Kanu, and it's because it's closing to the election. Because IPOB said, sit at home, sit at home. We know they vote, we know they register to vote, we know they do anything, but there are still registered voters in Eastern Nigeria, okay? But they won't come out. So PDP knows that even if they manage to get the slot for Atiku, 50-50 from the northern Nigeria, it will have a way, it will have a scale through. But you see, in southern Nigeria, how can we get the Igbos to vote? Let's talk about Biafra. And Dokpesi said, IPOB is not doing anything wrong. All of you. You remember when they were shouting and shouting how the, what do you call it? How IPOB, how the Biafrans are not smart enough to let, how they were going to allow APC to win election in Anambra. Blah, blah, blah. IPOB this, IPOB that. Since the election in Anambra, after the election in Anambra, did you hear anything? You are going to see all of them very soon. Okay? Dokpesi don't throw he's thrown the dog whistle. IPOB is not doing anything wrong. You say, okay, this is an opportunity for IPOB to embrace PDP because it's only PDP that will treat them right. Me, I am telling you, I am saying it to your face now. The first people who started there killing Igbos, the first people, the first political party that started there killing the Igbos in the name of Biafra, that same political party is PDP. People destroying people. Papa destroy Pekin. Papa destroy Pekin. So you see all these young guys are going to come because they need you. They will say the right thing and the blah, blah. You know what I mean? So that you can help them make the number count. So that they can rescue you. If you enter Ram, you don't enter Ram again. And if you tell them, we want us to do Biafra, Biafra. In fact, now that time, all of you will start missing Buhari. Because you see, that's this past 8 years, I told you, the people who have suffered most in their caucus of elite, they have been this gang of rogues that are going to present themselves as your alternative. So what should we do then, Maiyegun? I have told you, it's one thing. Why are your leaders afraid of referendum? Is a question.
The crimes you have in the north, the insecurity you have in the north is as a direct consequence of their own action. They groomed them. Al-Qaeda in the Maghreb, ISIS in West Africa, Boko Haram, Fulani headsmen, bandits, all of them. Who brought them to Nigeria? It's Fulani. Fulani brought them into Nigeria. El Rufai brought them in. Bauchi State Governor brought them in. Are you people deaf and dumb and stupid? When you come out and you pretend, oh, we are one Nigeria, go and show me. Somebody was asking, where is the boundary, where would the boundary of Biafra begin? And I asked the fool, where did the boundary of Nigeria begin? People from Niger come in and go as they like. Most of these idiots are from Niger. They are building a pipeline to Niger. They are building a railway line to Niger. They are building roads to Niger. Whereas where the money comes from, which is Biafra land, we don't have those infrastructure. No, we don't. But you're taking our money. You come to Izombe, you come to Ohaji, you come to Ebema, you come to Aguleri, you come to Ebonyi. You take our resources, sell it, get the money, and now you're building a way to Niger Republic. And you want me to be happy with you. Clap for you. Oh, Nigeria is doing well. One Nigeria. I think you are insane. You come to my land, you take our oil, you take our gas, you take our manpower, you take everything, our VAT, our tax that we pay. You are now building a road from Katsina to Niger, airport in Niger, refinery in Niger. You take oil, crude oil from my land, you take it to Niger, you refine it, you bring it back to me as a refined petroleum, or as PPS as you call it. And you're telling me that that country is viable. You're telling me that Nigeria should be supported. We are in one Nigeria. We are not going anywhere. And you're dying every day. Because those that they appointed to speak for you, they gave them money and positions. So that they will come out on the pages of newspapers to give the world the misleading impression that everything is okay, when things are not okay. Go through the statements of Ohaneze and see the contradictions in it. Nigeria is not working. We are marginalized. And then you come back and say Nigeria is one. We must stay in it together. Are you not foolish? These are the useless intellectuals that you have. On one hand, you say Nigeria is not working. You're marginalized. You're being discriminated against. You're suffering. They're killing you everywhere. And you come back to the same place and say Nigeria must be one. Had Nigerians gotten together to say they want to be part of this useless contraption, that's entirely their business. I'm a Democrat, I've subscribed to it. But have you asked yourself this question? Why is it that all those asking you to remain in one Nigeria has something to gain from Nigeria, or they have benefited in the past? Nothing more, nothing less. I saw the letter that Atiku Abubakar wrote to President Biden. In it, Atiku Abubakar said to come and help us fight terrorism, in order to ensure that there will be no regional destabilization. That is their game plan at the U.S. State Department for very many years, until we stepped in. They keep trotting out these lies. Once Nigeria breaks up, there will be destabilization in the entire region. I said it because you don't understand African history. Most of these people are not educated. When I say, they say I'm insulting them. No, I'm not insulting you. Most of you are not educated. In Africa, we are tribal creatures in Africa. In Africa, we are tribal creatures in Africa. We always go back to our village where we are born.
where our umbilical cord, how long, where it was buried. That's where we come from. That is why every Christmas, Easter, New Year festival, or August meeting, you see us migrating back to where we come from. And I keep saying these things to Africans, they don't understand it. They don't understand it. Everywhere in Africa during Christmas, if you like, be in South Africa, if you like, let it be in Kenya, you let it be in Rwanda, everybody from the capital goes to the village. If you go to Accra, the same thing happens. This past Christmas, if you like, go to Cotonou, go to Yaoundé in Cameroon. Everybody living in the capital cities of Africa, they go back to their villages. They go back to their tribes where they come from. Do they do that in the Western world? During Christmas, these people migrating from, oh, I come from Florida, I'm going to Florida. No, you don't. Because people come from where they are born. We come from where our ancestors were born. That is the difference between black people in Africa and those from Europe and other parts of the world. We come from, so if you ask somebody, where do you come from? He or she will mention their village. That is what makes us Africans. Very, very unique. If you destroy that, you're finished as a people. In Africa, we are tribal. First and foremost, we belong to our tribe where we come from. That is why our people need to appreciate this. Very, very critical. That Africa is restructured to recognize where people come from. All these artificial creations by Europeans, Nigeria, this and that, all that rubbish. That is why you can never ever make any progress for the next 6 billion years. You can never ever make any progress in the zoo. Why is it, if we are not tribal, why would a whole presidency come out, Fulani presidency come out and say, we are defending Fulani headsmen? A presidency of the whole of Nigeria, so to speak. It is because by instinct, we are tribal beings in Africa. That is why Nigeria is unsustainable. That is why the man from Ishekiri has to vote to say, this is where I want to belong to. That is why referendum is the only way forward. That is why Africa is poor. Africans must recognize that this is who we are. You cannot live in Lagos if you're an Igbo man. During Christmas, you start traveling to Sokoto. It's impossible. You must go to Igbo land. You must. That's where you come from. And if they ask you, oh, but you were born in Lagos, you will say, no, that's where my parents come from. They ask your parents will say, that's where my parents come from. They will keep going back until they get to perhaps the 100th generation. That is who we are. And nobody can change it. We are not born on the streets. Some people were born along Ijora or Kota Highway in Lagos. Maybe they are from Urobo. You ask them, where are you from? They say, I'm from Urobo. But I was born in, but this is where I come from. That is who we are. That is why all these useless, idiotic countries created in Africa cannot survive. It can never ever survive. And how do we stop it? Only a revolution can stop it. Only a revolution. If you like, keep postponing it. If you like, keep putting it off forever and ever. Only a revolution can solve this very problem, because under a revolution, the powers that be, those that be making your life a misery, will be overthrown. Nobody will say it's a coup anymore. It is called popular uprising. Don't let anybody deceive you. Don't let anybody deceive you. And that is why today some soldiers are listening and they are resigning from the army. How can you be a soldier in the Nigerian army and your village is being occupied by Fulani headsmen? Imagine those from Oyo or Ondo serving in the Nigerian army. These are my Yoruba brothers who are serving in the Nigerian army. You are from Yoruba, you are serving in the Nigerian army, doing one Nigeria. But your village is being occupied by a Fulani. The same people.
Mazi, I miss him. I actually do. And I can imagine what a tormenting years it's been for those who felt untouchable, unreachable, and above us all. And they can do whatever they want, just like God. Nnamdi Kanu entered their skins. You listen to that video, completely, didn't you? Tell me, would you still believe when they tell you that Nnamdi Kanu preaches hate? Did you listen to that video? I bet you did. Let's see. Let's leave it at you are a Buhari idiot. Okay? Let's leave that. But did you listen to that message? Referendum. Let the Shekiris, the Robos, the Jaws, the Yorubas, the Egbas, let everybody say they want to be part of Nigeria. Why do you want to believe in the fraudulent Kolus? Old men who became somebody in their lives because they stole from you. Kolu. That's what somebody called them. Kolu.
Nígbà tá à ń gbàdúrà ká bọ́ lọ́wọ́ òkú ayé kan tá a sì ń wò pa ń bọ́ ń bẹ̀ lọ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́ ìwọ Ọlọ́run kí lè ṣe wa lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà gan tó tún wá gbé kọ́ọ̀lù mìíràn bọ̀ kọ́ọ̀lù burúkú lélẹ̀ abẹ́ ìbí ṣe à ń wò bí kọ́ọ̀lù.
Kọ́ọ̀lù. Referendum. That 1999 constitution is a fraud. Yes. If you continue to queue for votes from now till eternity, you will continue to be defrauded and defrauded by the same people. When they are done, they will pass you on to their children. That's how it works. And you, when they are done with you, you will pass your own children on to them too. Don't leave this fight for your children to fight. I mean, if you are so starved of good leaders, people who can be your president, I mean, even if you are desperate to vote, if you are not a typical Nigerian, what is wrong with this guy being your president?
No lie to you. You are failing the society. If you are not giving us,
from other people who are doing the power, what will you do differently? Win the election?
We have made it very clear that we will tackle security, not the way they are tackling it now. I was the first person to suggest that army generals are making a big deal out of Boko Haram and insurrection or the insecurity, that it has become a business. I made a pronouncement that we fire all the military generals in this country. Everybody said I was crazy about a month ago. Now, by today, everybody in this country is saying that they should fire all the generals because of what's happening, because Boko Haram has become a big business in the country. So we're going to do that differently. We are going to provide electricity, and we are in the northern part of the country today where we can use solar energy to provide over 4,500 megawatts of electricity. That will provide jobs for about 2 million young people in this part of the world. It will also provide electricity that is needed so that we can have 24/7 electricity. We have said we are going to take 13 million kids out of the streets by spending 100,000 naira each on a child to go back to school, so that there will not be people who are begging with bowls on Kano, in Sokoto, in Lagos. That is our plan for the country. We have said that we will pay 100,000 naira to as minimum wage as workers. The media is not reporting it. They are telling us that it will cause inflation. But guess what? Why is it that the 14 million naira that you are paying your senators per month is not causing inflation? A professor in a university in Nigeria is earning 450,000 naira per month. It will take a professor 2 years of salary earnings to make the amount of money a senator who probably did not graduate from a university is making in a month. And nobody is reporting that. We have said in this same country that we have an economic system that is all inclusive, that we will revolutionize agriculture, the tourism sector, health, that will provide universal basic health for our people, that is for free, that will provide free education, and even provide study allowances for students. 100,000 is what we are planning for every student per semester in this country. We have the money. We just need to reapply it to the people who are in need, because this country needs to stop feeding the greedy. We need to attend to the needy.
Finally, there is this fear that you are still being sponsored by Tinubu. What's your relationship?
So I'm sponsored by Tinubu, but I don't know who Tinubu is. And you all in the media cannot find evidence of even a meeting between me or Tinubu, or a phone call between me and Tinubu, or even any financial transaction. That means the media is not doing this. You cannot be reporting hearsays. You know, in 1992, when we go to meetings where we were fighting for democracy in this country in 1993, I will be sitting in front as the student union president of University of Lagos, Bola Tinubu will be sitting in the back. Before they'll call him, I will have to speak first. With due respect, I may not be as old as he is, but I'm better and more influential than he is in this country. I have been doing activism for 30 years. Before Bola Tinubu set up TVC, I set up Sahara Reporters, you know, and I set it up on my own sweat with a laptop. But he used Lagos money and the Lagos Polytechnic as the headquarters. I don't, you know, I challenge them all the time. I'm challenging Tinubu himself to come and say it publicly that I've ever met him before.
Ha! Even Tinubu go, he shock you. You know, some message will say, as you are watching this video right now, go and read the comments. You will see all the Buhari idiots, right? Taking a turn like this. Boss. That is why I don't like Shogore. He's too proud. Look at that Shogore. This, God damn it, man. You have a budget of 17 trillion. And from that 17 trillion, almost 80% of it is going to go into paying the senators, paying their concubines and everything. One of them just gave birth now. One of the House of Rep members in Abuja, he just gave birth. He's been there since 1999. And he just gave birth to his 28th child. 28 children. That's how many kids the guy has. 28. He gave birth to the 28th today. Nigeria is feeding them. But somebody said, you as a student, you deserve to be paid 100,000 naira study allowance. Hey, my friend, I'm out. Nigeria You know what they say? They say, if you know what Nigeria did to us, if you discover it, you will never forgive Nigeria. See, many people who are asking that Nigeria should just break up, may everybody just find in level. Yeah? They used to love Nigeria. I'm telling you, these are people that, some of them, a year ago, they don't believe that Nigeria should break up. Why now? My friend, forget it. It's because you don't like Buhari. Some thought it was because people don't like Buhari. That's why they want to break Nigeria. A year after, today, and then they hold cutlass. Maiyegun will break up. If I open my line right now, you'll be hearing them. Maiyegun, bring your cutlass, bring your hoe, bring a dab, bring anything. Oh, break them up. Everybody just go your own way. We don't want election. So as for yourself, we may look like, why can't we do things to make Nigeria? It's not going to work. Do you understand? It's not. People are tired. How can you say Nigeria, we want Nigeria to work? And some of you are already queuing up to campaign for Atifku. Some of you are already queuing up because mentally, it has to be PDP. If it's not PDP, even if it's PDP, even in your PDP, after 16 years, after 23 years, all of you, young people, 22, 25, 30, 40, I'm calling 40 people young people because they see themselves as that. I'm young at 40. Baba, you'll be full at 40. You are campaigning for Baba 80, Baba 70-something. Tifnumbu, look at this. I'm just saying, you know, if I manage to grow old to this level, oh boy, una no go even see me again. If I hold and I can't get to this level, say, are you going to Dagbasha? Say, Baba, yo mo. Maiyegun, unless how are you? How is your mother? I won't be coming out to come and say I want to be your president. Imagine me, Maiyegun, can't they look like this at the age of 89? We are going to make, we are going to build your future for you. I am going to make sure that your children have a WAEC fee. Oh, I am going to be this and at this age, and you, 22 years old boy, 70 years old man, you are jumping up and down. In PDP, for example, in PDP, una no get young person. All of your young people, Now, all right, as too. I told you, I said, PDP is not different from APC, okay? You see all this APC, all this Buhari Danes, Buhari Diderins, all this Buhari Dinotus, Buhari Dijatus, and all these guys, yeah? The Taliban. Sometimes when you see them, they are like Taliban. They are not different from PDP. Listen to me very well. That is why when I'm talking about APC, you will see the Buhari idiots. You will see the side barbarians. How much did Atiku pay you? I'm like, Aloma Shomo. Aloma ja bari din lomo. Aloma ja bioponu. Awon oponu. Awon te fun loran lomo. When I was growing up, they would say, when you go to this Elewe Omo, they will say, you see this one, now to wash head, no put on for mouth. You see this one, when you cook it, you let it cool down. You will drink that one. You see this one, you go just cook them. You go dip them inside, come out them. If not, your son go just become a Fofungbemu Okponu or become an APC member or PDP member. When we were growing up, they were telling us that. They told us, well, not me. They told my mom, and they had to do it to make sure that the agbo that they are supposed to use to bath me, so that they don't give me that one to drink. The agbo that I'm supposed to drink, so that they won't use that one to bath me. If you look at all these Nigerians, PDP, APC, they are the same thing, no? They are Taliban in nature. If Atiku or anybody, any of them, any of these old criminals become their president again, now then you go, they miss the Buhari idiots. Then you will see the articulated morons, articulators, articulated moguls, articulated scammers, articulated dash. You know, all those things, you will see them. They are as Talibanistic as Taliban as the APC, Egbe, Al-Qaeda People's Congress. I'm not joking. It may sound cracking to you. I'm just telling you that PDPO, APCO, and like this, 5 and 6. Just wait. And I'm talking to you directly now. You are jumping off election. You want to, my friend, shut up. We need to rescue Nigeria. Mini rescue. Hello, rescue operator. We need to save Nigeria. Lifeguard, senior lifeguard operator. Oh yeah, jump into the river and save Nigeria. Oh yeah, go, save. Olodo, save Nigeria. Frosters won't save Nigeria. We will wait for all of you. Enjoy them. Fancy it. Make your money from it. Do all you can. Abuse us. Call us names. But we know the game. There's something called BLLB. Beshe law. Leshe mabo. When you finally finish, what you want chop when they finish, you can't come back. You can't chop the truth where you they push aside now. I don't they do this, it don't say. I'm only saying it to you again. 22 years, 25 years, 30 years, 40 years. You they jump up and down for Baba 70, Baba 80 to plan your future. They say, is it not better for you to be part of the future that you want to feature in? Shouldn't you be part of that? Should you put that in the hand of all these frying pan and fire? They call them frying pan and fire. And like this, now yeah, I get that frying pan and fire. So the fire introduce frying pan. All of them can't enter frying pan. Now if you say frying pan don't burn, it don't burn, it don't leak. All of them won't jump into fire. Good luck. Their election is fraudulent. If they come back with this, maybe we can start talking. If that is too much, let's go back to this. Maybe we can start talking. This is the true Nigeria. This is the combination of people who make up Nigeria. This is what I want us to talk about. This is what we decide the type of election you want to be part of. This is what we decide if you want to still be in Nigeria or not. You see all these people now, the owners of Nigeria, everybody get their own land though. You see Igbos there, boldly written. You You see the Galas, you see the TVs, you see the Tiv, you see the Yorubas, you see the Nupes, you see the Bayis, you see the Awusas, and their land, they're, clearly mapped. You see all these areas, then get owners. They are not Nigeria because Nigeria has no land. These are the indigenous people of Nigeria. These are the people we said, instead of you jumping up for these old cargoes, old thieves, how about we start having a chat around this? How about we start talking about this? You get what I mean? You get what I'm saying? Do you get it?
You get it? Okay. If you don't get it, forget about it.
You get it? So that's what we're talking about. And we hope that you will see to that too. And not this your bogus, fraudulent scheme and election that will give you nothing. You are only going to help them validate their fraud. And say, well, we have to rescue Nigeria. All right, knock yourself out. Good luck with that. Dokpesi said he will make sure that the Igbos vote. It is begging all of una now. Make all of una see if you want to reconsider. Because Dokpesi is saying that if he is still alive in 2027, if Atiku no hand over to an Igbo president, all of us should grab your camera and camera phone and meet him at Akpo Square. I've been at the, what is it called? I've been at Tafawa Balewa Square. I've been at Godwin Opara Square in Enugu. I've been wherever square where you want meet him. Just come with your camera, come with everything. Baba will protest. And I just thought I should share that with you. If that sells, or if that sounds kind of ridiculous, right? Don't worry. Wait for when everybody will begin to make their statements now. So you as a Biafran will now go become a darling soon. Shebi Buhari said you are a dot. Ah, come on. PDP knows that you are not. For political exigencies and political advantage, oh man, you go see toasting. But before you start fighting your brother for Atiku, before you started, tearing yourselves apart for Atiku, remember, now Fulani Atiku. And at the same time, accepting Atiku means you accept Nigeria. If you believe in any lie they tell you, when that time come, your brother may still be there for you. Don't fight your brothers. Don't tear on yourself. You see all these rogues, they can't do anything if you don't give them the lifeline. I mean, I don't talk my own. You understand? I've said my own. And I'm going to open the line. Let me open my line. But I'm going to go make myself a cuppa, a tea. That seems to still be warm. It seems warm. I'm still going to keep that. So give me a minute and I will open the line. If you have anything to add, the line will be yours in a moment. But do me a favor, okay? Before we do that, like that video, share it. If you haven't subscribed on my channel, come on, do that. If you have stayed this long and you would like to be back again, won't you? Come on, subscribe, like, do that. Do everything you need to do to tell others about Maiyegun. And we'll be back in a minute. Right. Sorry about that. So I have a caller and I hope he's still on the line. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Class.
For the past 2 years, I managed to stay through today. Papa Lolo speaking.
Amazing. I'm happy you made it, sir. So, Papa Lolo speaking from
the UK.
From the UK. So you are live, sir. Good to speak to you. Please go on.
I'm gonna represent two type of tribe. First of all, àwa tí a wà ní gbogbo gbàgbági lọ́hùn ó dàbí wípé ẹ ti tà wá fún Benin Republic lọ́hùn ẹ ti ẹ dá sí gbogbo wa mọ́ pẹ̀lú olórí burúkú tí ó wá láti rágbìjì tó da gbogbo ekuru pẹ̀lú gbogbo àwọn olórí burúkú tí wọ́n pè àwọn ní gbogbo àgbèrò tó kún gbogbo everywhere Ọlọ́run ló máa gba ojú lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀ ojú yẹn kò ní kẹ̀kẹ́ fìtì mọ́ra yí ẹ̀ àkókò tó máa kú ó ti tẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ báyìí ó ti gba ọjọ́ kú fúnra rẹ̀ ṣé rí gbogbo àwọn ìfìyà jẹ wá ilẹ̀ Àwórì kémi yan gbogbo àwọn ìjókòó kémi jẹ wá lìyà Ọlọ́run ló máa ṣe rí gbogbo àwọn èèyàn wa náà lé lọ Benin Republic yẹ kémi dákẹ́ hàn tí ẹ̀sọ̀ kankan lè parẹ́ àwọn èèyàn lè wá láti yé wa ṣe rí gbogbo wọn lìyà yẹ máa jẹ gbogbo lúdò náà mi kó kémi ṣe ògùn tẹ̀dí mọ́lẹ̀ kémi tẹ gbogbo wa mọ́lẹ̀ kémi fún wa ní lúdò wẹ́ẹ̀ náà gbé wa ní 1992 kémi kó wa kiri láàrin òru kéní ká máa kọrin burúkú kému àgbálájọ bí ní kẹ́ẹ̀dìbò fún dádì mọ́mì ṣẹ́ríyà náà fi jẹ wá Maiyegun á dá abẹ́ o gbogbo tí mi ṣe látọdún fẹ́ gbaná lẹ̀ wá Ọlọ́run wá sọ ẹ̀jẹ̀ tán rí. Gbogbo ìyànà tí fi jẹ wá ṣe rí àrọ́mọdọ́mọ gbogbo wọn ló máa jẹ̀yà yẹ hàn jẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sẹ́ni ní lọ́lọ́run máa yọ ọ́ lẹ̀ nínú wọn gbogbo wọn pátápátá lè wá gbọ̀nà òkè òkun kò sí ilé òní jẹ́ nínú ìyà yẹn ọdún kejì ni tí ń pè é rèé Maiyegun òun mọ ti sọ pé bó bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe ègùn ni màá bẹ́ẹ̀ sọ bó bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe tàwórì ni màá sọ ètò orí ìyànà léwà gòkò ṣẹ́rí gbogbo wọn ìtẹ̀mọ́ ni máa sọ fún gbogbo wọn ṣùgbọ́n ìyà yẹn ti mú wálẹ̀ jẹ́ ọgbà sá.
èyí ẹ wí lónìí àárọ̀ mọ́ èyí ẹ wí lálẹ́ yìí o ẹ má ṣe pé bọ́pọ̀ èyí ẹ wí lálẹ́ yìí o àárọ̀ ti rọ̀ mọ́ bá.
ọgbà sátidé lọ́wọ́ wa kẹ́gbẹ́ Sunday lé wa lọ́wọ́ kémi sọ pé ọmọ mi dìbò. There is never a leader among any one of them because a leader is always thinking about the next generation. Why politicians always think of the next election. And that is why none of them will ever talk about the evil that is going on since 1960. Irrespective of whatever they have done, ibi tí gbogbo wọn dè mọ́ gbogbo ẹ̀ ló ti jáde dànù kò sí èyí tí ò ní jẹ nínú ìyà yẹn gbogbo àwọn ọmọ wọn pátápátá tí wọ́n fi há gbogbo bí káàkiri gbogbo ibikíbi tí wọ́n tọ́jú owó yẹn sí ó máa dòṣì láwọ́ wọn kò ní sí èyí tó máa rí nọ́nù gbogbo wọn ìyà tó fi jẹ wá tán jẹ́ kórí oníkálukú pé mọ́. Ọlọ́run ló máa gbẹ̀san ẹ̀ lára wọn ètò wọn fi àyè gbogbo wa kò sẹ́ni ló tẹ́ bí gbogbo wa wà ní Nàìjíríà ẹ̀ wọ́n bá kó wa wá sí UK wọ́n máa ṣàrùn ọpọlọ fún gbogbo wa ní ètò wọn ti dà wá lórí wọn ti ẹ̀ mọ nǹkan Ọlọ́run ló fi àjẹ wọn.
ẹ ṣeun lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ inú mi dùn ká sọ̀rọ̀ lálẹ́ yìí náà. I hope we are too. Lucky enough. Let's read next time. God bless you, sir. I appreciate that. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I love that. He spoke. Sorry. Hello there.
Dio Temple of Truth. This is Wale Adeyeye. Okay.
Wale Adeyeye from Canada. Yeah.
No, from US, Maryland.
Oh, it's Maryland. I'm mixing it up now. I've got another Wale there. So, sir, you are live again. You're joined us tonight as well. And I bet you've been following it from the start, have you?
Yes, I have.
Amazing.
Then, first of all, in reference to my last call, the last time I talked about Nigerians not feeling the heat yet. Somebody came and said, "Oh, they are feeling it." But what I meant by Nigeria not feeling the heat yet then was that if the African Nigerians are feeling the heat, the likes of Showore and Co shouldn't be on the street all by themselves. By now, everybody over there should have joined in. And I knew what I also passed through before I left Nigeria. I went through similar things before I left Nigeria, and I was part of Showore's struggle as well during Adeola Shetanko when he was still in Nipe, but that is just the history. But back to what is going on now, what is on ground now. The issue now is that Maiyegun, people will vote and people will vote and vote and vote again. Because, first of all, how many of the rich allows their children to go out on the elections day to vote? None. Now look at the last election they had in Nigeria. The last election they had in Nigeria, the councillor, the chairmanship, everybody came out to vote. So if they are thinking of stopping all these people now, it should be from the councillor. People should start going to their councillors and start telling them, see, no campaign in our area. Then the councillor will go to the chairman and tell the chairman, see, people are saying no campaign in my area. Then the chairman, when all these Baba will call and say, okay, we are coming to your area tomorrow, Baba, Ile MIT, wow, then what is going on there? Well, people in Solele, that is the only way they can listen. But when we parley the councillors, we parley the chairman, we go to the councillor, we get money from the councillor, we get money from the chairman, and we are allowing these Babas not to come and campaign. We are allowing these Babas, and we are saying no election. People will vote because it starts from the grassroots.
Thank you so much.
So that is just my contribution. If people are really ready to do it, then we should start this thing from home.
Thank you
from
so
home.
much.
That
Wale.
is the only way out.
God bless you. That's another one, another banger there. I bet some people would like to react to that too, or even add to what you said. But thank you. Let me take another call.
Thank you,
You have a good one, Baba. So I have another caller. Hello. Can you?
Hello, Maiyegun.
Hello, sir. Can you move away from the broadcast, or you help me turn it down? I can hear myself.
Yeah, I've turned it down. Thank you, Maiyegun. This is Aji Hafiz.
Aji Hafiz on the line
from Atlanta.
From Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah. Let me first of all say thank you to the first caller. Because Omo Baba mi ni ada afe o, itigbe o. That is my brother from my town right there.
It's like I shocked you when I responded. You were like, "Oh, Maiyegun, I wasn't expecting you." I mean, she answered me wrong. You
are right. You are right.
So I'm answering for him. So go on, sir.
You are right. So I really appreciate him, like coming locally like that. I love it.
It's actually the first. It's first on MaiyegunsDiary that somebody came on to speak Egun and to speak a warrior as well.
Which I really love it.
It's amazing.
And thank you. I want it to be coming always because I love that.
Too. Yeah.
I want to be here. So to the usual on ground, sir. Maiyegun usually say, "Bedu never enter body." No matter how we talk, the Bedu never enter their body. Because these people are still going to vote. They will.
I mean, they are already campaigning. So, of course.
They are still going to vote. But when the Bedu enter body, now they go stand up for themselves. Now they go stand up for themselves. But all I need to say is, I'm only appealing. If some of us can hear, if some of them can hear, please don't validate their election. We can activate the seat at home by ourselves. Let them come and talk to you. No problem. Bí a ṣe máa ń sọ, wọ́n máa ní orúkọ tá a máa sọ mọ́ ẹni, inú ẹni ló ń gbé. Àjẹ́ tó bá máa pọ̀ mọ́, a kì í rẹ́jẹ̀ lẹ́nu ẹ̀. So wọ́n lè activate the seat at home tó ní ká kú máa jókòó sílé ẹ̀. I'm talking to my Igbo brothers as well. I know they put in there. Please do more. Activate the sit at home on the election day. Let everybody sit at home. We should not validate their election. That's it. So if you can be able to do that, then they can come back to us. Then we can sit down and talk. But no talk we want talk. Make we break out. Period. Yoruba nation now.
Now.
No be data. Now.
God bless you. God bless you, Ajasi. So I'm going to take another call. I like that. Like sharp. Hello. Hello there, sir.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you. Your name, sir?
Maiyegun.
Yes, sir.
Sunday from SA. Good evening.
You know the drill. Like Sunday, I would, well, maybe I should always ask anyway, but yeah, you are on.
Yeah, Maiyegun. Actually, I want to talk on concerning, the sermon you gave today. The likes of Dokpesi don't care about themselves. These are capitalists. These are people who just believe they are the only tycoons, they are the only billionaires, they are the only big men. So they believe whenever they come out, they got influence to say whatever they want. Because they got the power. That's what they think. And we Nigerians have given them that power. We've given it to them too much. We've given it to them too much. We've given that power to them. And I don't know why. Maybe because of our culture. I don't know. This thing of from when I talk about culture, I'm talking about Yoruba side. That you more I don't know who. Those kind of ideas that run around us. Those kind. I think you understand what I'm saying.
I'm with you. Those
kind of ideas that we believe. Those people who have money, they are the only one that can do something sensible. It's total bullshit. And that thing, that idea of believing whoever has money is the only person that has brain, is total nonsense. And we had that thing in Nigeria.
It's a myth. It's a myth that it's not just, I don't think it's just Nigeria. I think it works around third world country a lot. That if you are rich or you are a politician with so much money, if you are able to get away with whatever you did to make that money, it is not in their place to question you. Rather,
no, Maiyegun,
so that
you're
can
right.
help them.
You're right. You're right. I wanted to say the whole Africa, but no, we're talking about Nigeria right here. So that's why I just
you should see the greed. What do you think would be the greed that makes some of these dictators in Africa to steal from their people, take it to the Western world?
Exactly.
Like, what do you think caused it?
Exactly.
It's the same mentality now.
It's justice. That's just what we're talking about. How can Dokpesi come out? Dokpesi now says, okay.
It still has the case by the Dokpesi is in court for corruption. Corruption.
So we have a long way to go. People are not. You see, I keep on watching people's behavior in Nigeria, especially West. The country is okay, but country okay. It's not.
My own disappointment is that they know that the country is not okay, right? And the only way they believe that they can show that is to offer themselves as the savior. Where have they been in the last 3 years? For example,
3 years
after 2019 election, Atiku moved to Dubai and he's been living in Dubai since then. But he's returned back to Nigeria now because election is about to launch his campaign next month. Like, why would any person be jumping up for people like that? And they will say Nigeria is going to work. Like, where is that coming from? Sad. Tunde, I don't know if I've lost you, but I've got another person on the line. Just before we
Nigeria is going to work. Maiyegun Baba.
Yes, sir.
I greet you, Maiyegun.
My brother. How are you?
One second.
All right. Take your time.
Yeah, this is Ahmed.
Ahmed.
Yeah, okay.
It's been a while. Lafia.
It's been a while. You know, I do miss your program sometimes because I'm very busy,
lately, yeah.
Trying to do stuff, yeah. So yeah, getting me you.
Come on, man, don't rush me. I just said yeah, you answer. Then I'll say the next one.
I said how are you there now? 2 days. Yeah, getting how live. Yeah, Kwana view 2 days. Kwana view 2 days.
Wait, Ahmed. In Kwana.
In Kwana is good morning. In Awun is
God damn it, I've missed you. See, I don't know if you are already getting done with what you are doing. You need to hurry up. See, I was getting fluent.
Don't worry. No.
Ahmed, you remember I was getting fluent at some point.
Yeah.
I've missed you.
Yeah.
So I'm glad to have you back, Ahmed. Please.
I missed you. I wanted to talk. I was trying the line when Bashekun came on the last time, but I wasn't able to. But nevertheless, let me just put on my own contribution and just. But normally, let me just go with my own way with the little topic because I didn't really listen to the broadcast to the end. I was just earlier when you started, I was there, but I just listened to what this animal called Dokpesi just said. So I'll just go straight and I'll do it in my house way.
Help me out, please. And then you do the interpretation as well, please.
Yes,
fire on.
Yes, So, ana maganan yanzu 2023 ya matso. PDP sun shigo da nasu tricks din, sun shigo da nasu dabarun da suka saba. Yanzu an kawo muku wani mai AIT ana ce mai Raymond Dokpesi ko me ake kiran shi wani dan akuya. Ya fito ya ce idan Atiku bai ba Inyamurai shugaban kasa ba 2027, that is 2023 din nan a bar ma Atiku, 2027 a kawo ma Inyamurai. Kuma ya yi wani magana ya ce Biafra abinda suke yi ya yi daidai. To yanzu ina son mutane 'yan arewa ku zauna ku gane ku yi tunani. Yanzu an fito an shigo da maganan Biafra da yake election ya matso. Shin wannan ba abin zama ba ne ka yi tunani ka zauna ka yi thinking da kwakwalwanka cewar wa'innan mutanen da suke kiran kansu politicians suna playing ɗinka ne. Ya kamata ka san yanzu ya kamata ka san menene ya kamata ka yi. Menene ya kamata shi yasa nake ga mutane babu ruwanku da election ɗinsu. Ku janye jiki kowa ya zauna gida ranar election. Ku ta relax a gida. Ku ci abinci ku yi abubuwan ku ranar election. You don't need to even go out. Amma da moment kun fara fata kuna zuwa kuna election ɗin nan kuna ƙara validating cin kutumar ubanku da za a yi na ƙarin shekara 4 shekara 8. Kamar yadda Buhari ya yi kuna nan kuna complain. Akwai next. Ba kuna son ku yi election ba ku fita ku je ku yi election. Amma kar ku manta fa idan kun yi election din nan kada wani shege fito yana cewa to Allah ya sa Allah ba a zalimin kowa bane. Kuma Allah ma bai ce ka je ka yi abun banza ba ka dawo kana kiran shi ba. Saboda kai ka je ka jawo ma kanka. Ka je ka jawo ma kanka fitina sai ka zo kana cewa to Allah dai Allah ka tsaya ka zo kana kiran Allah babu ruwan Allah. Yanzu time ne wanda za ku ɗauki destiny ɗinku into your hands ku yi abin da ya kamata. In zaman gida za ku yi ku cire kanku daga election saboda playing ɗinku za a yi for another years. Kuma za a ƙara cin kutumar ubanku ne. In kun gane kuma za ku tsira. An ce idan kunne ya ji gangan jiki ya tsira. So, Maiyegun, what I was just saying.
I was waiting for you to, that time when I said fraud, all this in a scam. I was expecting baranda and all of that thing. That's why I was trying to. And I was saying, yes, fraud.
It's not straight to the point. The message you gave about what they play them, APC and whatever, it's just the same message. It's just the same message. So it's just, I don't think I really need to
of my listeners, they were listening to you all this while. The only reason why some of them are still watching is because they are looking at me.
Let me just summarize.
Please.
So I told my people, I said, you now understand the game. For people like PDP to start coming out and start trying to support Biafra, then you should know that all this while they've been telling you that the Biafrans are these, Nnamdi Kanu is all those people. You should understand that they are playing politics with your life and they will keep on playing. 2023 is around and this is the game. They will start playing the game and they will confuse you. And they will make you come back to vote for them and you will suffer for another 8 years. The one that Buhari did, you are still there crying. And they are trying to push you into Atiku's hand again, or either Tinubu or any of them. Then just wait for it. You guys will suffer. But if you start suffering, any one of you, any one of you who comes out and start saying Allah, kaza Allah, now God will punish you. Because
so which one was when you said sugar ban Bafarawa and all those things you mixed together at that point? Sugar ban Bafarawa 2023. I heard that. What was that? Sugar ban 2023.
Sugar ban Kasa. I said sugar ban Kasa. Now they are telling you that Atiku, that if Atiku does not give Igbo the presidency 2027, he don't Atiku be ba nyamale sugar ban Kasa about 2027. They put his way. That means. He said if they don't give the Igbos the presidency 2027, Dokpesi said he will come out and he will go naked. So does that make any sense? They should sit down, they should think about it, that they are being played and they will still go out. It's better for you to put your eyes on election day. Stay away from their election. That is the only way you have to fight these people. You cannot pick up any arms or anything against them. They will kill you. But if you just sit in your house, relax, and keep on watching, maybe they do them, but you know, say people no go here, but we go they talk them. More the part more they talk them. Make we they talk them, make it enter their head. Maybe if they do enter body whether they go understand, say maybe shake
body. I know. God bless you.
They go understand.
God bless you. I can tell you are like multitasking even there right now, yeah. But I can bet it, right? It's been a pleasure hearing from you again. My Hausa is getting rusty. You need to always please try and call it.
You go like that. We go do class for you. Don't worry, I go separate. I go do class for you.
It's just that I feel like I'm too old to learn new language. Okay, but I'll be picking them. Ahmed, God bless you.
Hausa is very, very.
And now I can hear some of those things because I studied Hausa in secondary school, right? I had Hausa as part of my language study. I had Igbo.
If you spend a year with an Hausa person, you don't even need to live in a Hausa land. Sit down a year with an Hausa person, you would understand Hausa. It's very easy, I tell you.
I have to.
Very easy.
I have to because if not for anything, Baba, Ahmed, if not for anything, for negotiation skill, if they pick me, and I start speaking sugar bank, casa, sugar
no,
bank, casa.
No, we gonna negotiate, yeah, Papa. To all my people, I love you, everybody. I love you. I love
you. What I mean?
All hail Biafra.
God bless you, Baba.
I love you all. Love you.
That's Ahmed. A very lovely guy. Very, very lovely guy. He brought a new twist to MaiyegunSDiary political conversation, and we've been loving it since then. Ahmed, hello there.
Yeah, hello. Good morning.
Hello, sir. Good morning. How are you?
Clement Joseph is my name. I'm calling from Queensland, Australia.
Joseph from Queensland, Australia. That's the first. How are you?
First time. I have been trying for a very long time.
God bless you, Joseph. I'm glad you made it tonight because you're almost my last caller, but I'll stick to you. I'll stick with you and see what you've got for us tonight, please.
Thank you, Maiyegun. You've been doing a very wonderful job. I got to know you for the first time sometimes ago when Omoye Nishuore was trying to contest.
Okay.
You had an interview with Omoye Nishuore.
Right.
Then that was the first time I saw you on YouTube.
Right.
Yeah, I say, for whatever reason, I just like that name, Maiyegun. I like this guy. And I've been watching that time till now.
God bless you. Thank you. And I'm glad you made it through tonight. So even say that to me. From Queensland, everybody can hear you. Right. So please.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, the first thing I just want to say is that people back home, we all grew up in Nigeria. I was old enough before I left home anyway. In fact, I was well over 40 before I finally left Nigeria.
Wow.
So it's not maybe when they're talking about Nigeria, I will be acting as if I don't know
from somewhere far land, you know. You matured enough before you left, of course. Go on.
Yeah, so you see, if Maiyegun share away, they blame one because if that's how we don't know the difference. A lot of things have really gone wrong in that country, whereby like religion, even the churches are the way they will talk to you, the way they tell you things, everything, we've been brainwashed completely. So when you tell people Can't you see the way things are going? They don't understand. And it takes somehow when you get out of that very continent, that's when you begin to see the difference that, oh, this is a complete mess that So for example, for me as an individual, and I believe it's a lot of people that are there in that country and that are out, what can I say I had gained from that country? I mean, from Nigeria as a country, since I was born, I think nothing. Nothing at all.
Oh, they are already blackmailing us. So I don't know if you have heard already, Joseph. They are already blackmailing us. That Nigerians are always saying Nigeria did nothing for them. Nigeria did nothing for them. That many of you are surgeons, doctors, lawyers, accountants, this and that, and because your counterpart all over the world, right? Some of them are in debt, in student loan debt. But many of you Nigerians, you are not in any debt. And they want to blackmail you for that, forgetting the fact that our parents also toiled to send us to those schools. It may be cheap, but it wasn't free. Go on, Joseph.
Cock and bull story. Because now, from my primary school till the time I left, what exactly not support for me? In terms of healthcare, can benefit not. Even the so-called education, nothing. Our people have to struggle, do everything to make sure they take care of you.
As if to say we know they are alive to tell our story. But they are saying that Nigeria give us that is cheap. That the rest of our colleagues all over the world, when all of you are building houses, they are paying student loan. You know what I mean? I don't know if they have told you. They've said that to my face, that every time all of you will say Nigeria not do anything for you, Nigeria not do anything for you. The education where all of you get, we say, which education? The miseducation that only grace. Please, Joseph, continue.
Education will be what I will put. Student loan. At least loan here available for it. Or any loan here so that could leak away. And when you finish this so-called education outside the shop of Africa, you get a job. In fact, I got to Australia precisely 2016. 2016 began and now. Multi benefit lower job at Louis. This is a country that will not talk about your age. They won't talk about your standard of education. They will not talk about anything. They just want to make sure you are relevant as a human being. And these are the things we lack in Africa. I mean, the best thing can become a motivate volunteer who contribute. I don't know how we can pass this message across. That during that election. That is just really weird. Let them stay indoors. After all, if anybody came out vote, we should be preaching that they should stay indoors. They should not go out.
Don't join them. Don't validate their election. Hey, but if we don't vote for them, they are going to put themselves there and punish us. The one where you vote, they don't punish you. So what are you going to lose? What are you going to lose? You voted for them, they punished you. If you don't vote for them and they punish you, what are you going to lose? Maybe when they even punish you when you don't vote for them, you'll be pained enough to fight back. Again, Joe.
That is it. So, Maiyegun, in fact, like I said, you have been doing a very wonderful job.
Thank you.
In fact, what I did complete. I watched 2 channels on YouTube. Yours is number 1, then followed by Arise TV or what? Arise TV.
So that means Maiyegun and others.
Exactly. Maiyegun, because I know you tell stories, undiluted stories, you present it the way it is. Things you will never hear from any media in Nigeria.
No.
That is so, I feel complete each time. In fact, Team Balewa live Masha make sure we pay before that day pass episode of that very
God bless you. Thank you.
Many other people, and God will continue strengthening you on a daily basis.
Amen.
My regards to your family.
Amen. And yours too as well. And my regards to everyone around you as well, sir. God bless you. And from far away, Queensland, Australia, we got Elder Joseph tonight. It's been a pleasure. And thank you. You're my last caller tonight because of our time. And thank Thank you so much, sir. Now, the
this is the end of the program. I'm so sorry that I still have a lot of people who wants to call in, and it's just time has come to that wrapping up. I would say that if you are just joining the program, you should watch the broadcast from the beginning again. You're never going to regret it. There are some point that you probably will start laughing. Ask people who watch who joined me from the beginning to this point. They'll tell you. At some point, we were laughing. At some point, we were angry. At some point, we were so serious. And at some point, we came to the conclusion, which is now. So thank you very much for joining me and for your time. I'm going to see you again next time. My friends on YouTube, come on, do what you do best before you go. Make sure you drop your offerings, okay? Like that video. Share it. If you haven't really subscribed and you are watching me on Facebook right now, it is the same setting and same search. MaiyegunsDiary Politico. Search for it on Twitter. Search for it on YouTube. Search for it on where else? On Facebook, everywhere. Where you see MaiyegunsDiary Politico, just subscribe. And you will never regret doing so. I'm going to see you some other time. Take care of yourselves, and you all have a wonderful evening. Good night.
Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Máyégún ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Lórí Facebook. Máyégún ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Lórí YouTube. Máyégún ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Bọ́ bàbá gbé wúrẹ́. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Ijó ìgbádìyẹ. Máyégún máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Presidency bá rúfin o. Máyégún máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Kí gómìnà kówó jẹ. Máyégún máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Ọlọ́pàá ti ń darí bá. Máyégún máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o. Máyégún máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Òpùrọ́ olóṣèlú. Máyégún máa wí. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Máyégún ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn rákì. Máyégún ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn rákì. Ṣùgbọ́n ní bá ti ṣe èyí tó yẹ kí wọ́n ṣe, ọmọ bá dèrò ní fi wọ́n níran o. Máyégún ti dé. Gbogbo ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀.
And someone who said something about why is Nigeria afraid of referendum? Why is Nigeria gatekeepers? Why are they afraid of referendum? A big question from Mazi Namdekano, lead lawyer. Jose Kome, SAN.
The constitution to be subjected to a referendum for the Nigerian people. Why are we afraid of a referendum? Referendum simply means that the people buy into the document so that it does not just become plastic. It becomes animated. It carries the will of the people. It carries their imprimatur. It becomes legitimate. It becomes respected. It becomes autochthonous. It enjoys the will, respectability, and legitimacy of the people, as the American people did. In about 1788, in Philadelphia, when they met, the Republic of Nigeria at the age of 24, and he was Nigeria's permanent representative at the United Nations before he was 26. Dr. Jack Yakubu Gowon became head of state of Nigeria at the age of 32. And guess what? He was a bachelor. People like King Alfred Dietespi, they became governors. Many of them, Dr. Sam Ogbemudia, at the age of between 28 and 30. Today, you have Nigerians who are between 30 and 35 still struggling to pass through the university to get their first degree, because a course that ought to have been for 4 years is elongated through strikes and other catastrophes to become a course of 7 years, 8 years, and 9 years. Now, the children that ought to be protected are rendered most vulnerable. In Nigeria, they go to school. In their schools, they are captured by Boko Haram, by kidnappers, by armed bandits, and their parents are made to pay ransom. In fact, in the one that happened in Kaduna, that one took on an higher altitude when the kidnappers now demanded from the parents of the kidnapped children to buy and bring for them bags of rice, beans, gari, palm oil, vegetable oil, sugar, salt, Maggi cubes. They even dictated how many of these should be brought, or else they will kill their children. That was to keep the children alive for the purpose of ransom being paid for them. So we have a situation where we are all vulnerable, not just our children. In schools, we are vulnerable. In our markets, we are vulnerable. In our offices, we are vulnerable. On the streets, we are vulnerable. In our farms, we are vulnerable. In the air, we are vulnerable. On the waters, we are vulnerable. Everywhere, there is problem. Nigeria has never had it so bad. And a country like that, without peace and tranquility, without security and welfare, which are the two primary purposes of government, can never progress. It will just suffer the fate of the barber's chair of perpetual motion on its axis without any progress. And that is why today's symposium, today's workshop on Nigerian children and insecurity is very apt, very apposite, and very timeous, because it presents us an opportunity to x-ray the clear and present danger of the multifarious problems that currently beset the Nigerian child, who, when he is not able to go to school, is also made a child laborer. selling gala and pure water on our streets, or married out as a girl wife to rich people between the ages of 12 and 16. That is not how to grow or develop a country. Nigeria must begin to go back to brass tacks. We need a new constitution for the people, a constitution to be subjected to a referendum for the Nigerian people. Why are we afraid of a referendum? Referendum simply means that the people buy into the document so that it does not just become plastic, it becomes animated. It carries the will of the people. It carries their imprimatur. It becomes legitimate. It becomes respected. It becomes autochthonous. It enjoys the will, respectability, and legitimacy of the people, as the American people did. In about 1788.
I decided to play that video long enough for everyone to understand and possibly make a sense of the damages that illegitimate constitution is doing to Nigeria, including to a Nigerian child. There was a time I told you, I said, if all of us are paying attention very well to what Nigeria has done, the damages Nigeria has done, the damages that these guys have done collectively in the last 22 years alone, 22 years of democracy. I mean, if we can't track what happened before 1999, let's start tracking from 23 years ago, 1999, when democracy started. And then you get to where we are today, where we are still talking about no electricity, no good roads, no security, no jobs, no industry, no this, no that, and all of that, corruption and all that stuff. 22 years after. But there's something we're not talking about. And that thing is that the last 22 years stolen from you by these guys, that last 22 years, the Nigerian children, the Nigerian children given birth to, millions of them in the last 22 years, they are no longer kids. Every child given birth to in 1999 he or she is approaching, they are approaching their 23rd birthday right now. Some of them are watching me right now. Now, that constitution that gives that Bambi Allah system on you. What is Bambi Allah system? Bambi Allah system is when they rob all of you, okay? And like robbing Peter to pay Paul. Then they redistribute it by turning you to beggars. So if they take a 10 naira from you, you have to go cap in hand, plate in hand, like Bambi Allah, a beggar, to Abuja to be under the peanuts. And from that peanuts, you have to provide a safe environment for your people. You have to provide a safe school, safe hospital, safe, everything development for your people. From that peanut they will give to you, which most of the time, those peanuts are given to, they still steal them. So at the end of the day, people forget about many of those children. Some of them are growing up on the streets. Some of them are already groomed, raised to be the terror that you are all going to be dealing with tomorrow. Like you are dealing with some of this today. That illegal 1999 constitution, that illegal fraudulent book, if you don't dispose it, everything you do on it, or everything you do according to that illegal book will continue to backfire, continue to kill you physically and otherwise. That's what I found out. So now they have this guy coming, this Kolu.
Nígbà tá à ń gbàdúrà ká bọ́ lọ́wọ́ òkú ayé kan, tá a sì ń wò pa ń bọ́ ń bẹ̀ lọ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́ ìwọ ọlọ́run kí lè ṣe wa lórílẹ̀‐èdè nàìjíríà gan.
tí ò ní sọ anything kò ní sọ.
nígbà tá à ń gbàdúrà ká bọ́ lọ́wọ́ òkú ayé kan tá a sì ń wò pa ń bọ́ ń bẹ̀ lọ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́ ìwọ ọlọ́run kí lè ṣe wa lórílẹ̀‐èdè nàìjíríà gan. tó tún wá gbé kọ́ọ̀lù mìíràn bọ̀ kọ́ọ̀lù burúkú lélẹ́yìí abẹ́ ìbí ṣe à ń wò bí kọ́ọ̀lù.
Do you understand? Now, Shori, let me tell you this. If they tell you that that Kolu or any of them from their rogue camps, especially this Kolu, this particular Kolu that we know better, we can tell you a lot about. I can always use the Daura Kolu, Buhari, and tell you and ask yourselves. When was the last time you read anything good news about Katsina? Just tell me. Anything. Okay, I'll tell you what I've been reading about them. It was in Katsina. Katsina is where Buhari comes from. Daura, which is just at the backyard. I mean, which Niger Republic is just at the backyard. The Niger Republic that they are building instead of Nigeria. Katsina State. The governor of that state is called Bello Masaku or Masari or Masarun. So Bello Masaku was the governor from the start of this Fulani terrorism or this thing they turned to banditry. It was Bello Masaku. After some months that people in Katsina State, I forgot all this name. They have all this name where they were kidnapping the school children. Somehow the names are gone from my head right now. They have a Jakara or something. If I remember, I'll tell you. The bandits, the Fulani terrorists that they call bandits, enveloped the state, like every other states around there, yeah? And they started kidnapping like mad. Buhari is the president. Bello Masari is the governor. Right? It became so unbearable that Bello Masari took police, DSS, everybody, and they drove kilometers into the deserts, Sambisa, Alagamo, Abi, wherever forest. Thousands of, I don't know, to go and see the king, the person that is kidnapping the people of Katsina State. Buhari de Abuja. He has the control of Tucano jet. He has the control of almost 1 million police, soldiers, DSS, and the rest of them. The governor of his state knew that they only have money coin, a breathing money coin. He had to go and beg the terrorist leader in his own state. You know what happened? When he got there, they gave the guy 500 million naira. I'm not joking. I didn't even make that up. It's true. 500 million the state gave him. And you know what the guy did? Within 2 days, the guy released 1,544 people in captivity, including women and children that they kidnapped. They released them as a means of goodwill. Immediately, Damasari got that. He was so happy. They celebrated it. It was like a good thing. Oh, the governor, you know, all of that. They were happy. Somehow, something happened. It'd be like, say, those who went with Masari, they decided to give the Daura Secret Service some intel. So I don't know what happened, right? Person where you gave money to last week, 2 weeks later, they went after him. You know what happened? They sent about 15 or 18 soldiers to go and capture that guy they gave money to, the leader of terrorists in Katsina State, Buhari State. Maiyegun, why are you telling us all of this? I will tell you why I'm telling you. Just listen. Maybe you are waiting for another call that they are going to lie to you that, don't worry, they are bringing you restructuring. They are bringing you state police. They are bringing you blah, 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 blah. It's bringing you to Dua Republic. Buhari, they told them that all they needed was just Buhari to be president of Nigeria. That's all they needed. You saw these criminals, they will run away, they will disappear. But can disappear? Baba, one pele case in you. Everybody now carry shoulder. Terrorists can't carry shoulder. They meet government. Now, promise made, promise failed. Okay. You know what happened? They send soldiers to go and capture the guy. Or more. Person will just collect 500 million. We just resupply, rekits. I mean, and all of that. You know what the guy did? He killed all of the soldiers. He killed all of them. Go and check it online right now. Check it online. They killed all the soldiers. Oh boy. He shocked them. They had to go and burn down the village where they went to pay money. Be like say, may you go pay money to scammers, fraudsters. And when you went back there, you realize that the place is just a makeshift office. They are gone. They burned the place down. They did. We destroyed their camp. Which camp? You paid 500 million. How much did they build makeshift camp? Eh? So that is Buhari state. You know what? Do you know the Pagbambari? Eh? As you are watching this video, go online right now and search Katsina refugees. Katsina refugees. Refugees from Kankara, from Kajuru, from all those. Also, social media. Lo type it, sorry, go and type it on there. Everything. You will see people from Buhari state. They are refugees in Niger. They are refugees in Cameroon. They are refugees in as far as Mali, Sudan, Chad, everywhere where they can find themselves. No joke. Go and Google that. Check it on. That is Buhari. Tifnumbu that he was asking about where is the cow. Ikene Shatabandu fake Pastor Ruga that is preaching one unity, one Nigeria. That is not. Have you noticed? Have you all noticed lately that Pastor Ruga, he has started using the same pattern? You know, this kind of, I'm a pastor. Have you noticed that lately on social media everywhere? When he talks right now, is either he is singing or he is trying to be a motivational speaker, you know, using the style of their usual pastorpreneurs in Nigeria. You know what we call the pastorpreneurs, right? Have you noticed that? They are all in the same boat. They can keep quiet. If they can keep quiet, because I just told you now that we have people from Buhari states who are refugees in Chad, Cameroon, and all those places. Again, I go remind you of this, all of you, Lagos Abobakus, Oshogbo Alimajiris, ombud slaves, obedient fools, sophisticated morons, including your uncles, your aunties, abroad, the Mumumadus, the Bele lecturers, the Mumu lecturers. I will keep reminding you. The Zobo, you will probably wish you will serve for, to the Yorubas. It won't fly. Because you know what? We have had these people in Benin Republic, in Pobe, Benin Republic refugee camp since January 2021. Ask Tifnumbu when next you see him. If he ever even probably, you know what I mean? These are Yorubas living in IDP camp in Benin Republic.
Yeah. Due to that crisis, Fulani crisis that was occurred at our country, that's the reason why we migrated to this place. We are forcefully migrated to this place due to that. By force. By force. It's not by willingness.
Women. Oh, man or women. How much are us, man or women?
Only you.
Are dying here.
Both the women and men migrated from that area.
No.
And then people died.
They say how many people they killed there.
Okay.
Yeah.
There are few many people. But that are many people. Many people have lost their lives. People are still migrating because of that. What happened? It's because of the Fulani crisis. Fulani, they are killing the people anyhow.
They are killing the people
anyhow. They will move from any from one village to another. They will migrate from one place to another. They just keep people. That's the reason why the people are scared. They move down to
Thank you very much. So I'm a Yoruba man, and I am talking to you that if you choose not to participate in their fraudulent 1999 constitution-backed election, you are doing the right thing. And you should never be blackmailed into believing that you have a role to validate another Buhari Pro Max. Tifnumbu is Buhari Pro Max. And by all standard, yeah, is worse than Buhari. And the reason why you should know that it's worse than Buhari is this. Generally, you will think Tifnumbu is a Yoruba man. Buhari is from Daura. Tifnumbu claimed to be from Lagos. So Tinubu claimed to be educated, more educated than Buhari. Both of them can prove their own, education, qualification, and what have you. No, both of them can prove. So that means they are not different. But when it comes to exposure, you will think, oh, a Yoruba man from Lagos should, by some kind of expectation, so to say, should have a better world view than somebody like Buhari. But guess what? They are not different. The only difference they have is that Buhari had access to Nigeria resources for a short time before he could figure it out. Not like now. Tifnumbu have access to the second biggest economy in Nigeria, if not the biggest, in the entire West Africa, Lagos economy alone. And he's been in charge for so long. So, despite that, when you now look around what they could possibly touch and say, oh, this is what I've done in the lives of the people, in the lives of the generality of the people, yeah, you will find zilch, nothing, other than the praise singers, the crumb eaters, the crumb chasers, the ass lickers, the all risers, the baba sokweis, who feed fat from whatever crumbs that falls from the table of these guys. But when you look around them, they were swamped by the pool of poverty that they created. That's the obvious thing, right? Nigeria is still the poverty capital of the world. Then when it now comes to, okay, Shibi Buhari is from Daura, he should feel more concerned about them. Oh, yeah. Oh, he should take more action. Like, he should be more serious. I mean, if you are the president now, you won't want your people to be kidnapped and be paying ransom to terrorists like that. Yeah? Well, they kidnap Buhari, the person who is in charge of, Buhari's village head in Daura. They kidnapped him. They kidnapped members of his family. And they killed those they will kill. They had to pay ransom to free him. Guess what? The man who is the head of the Buhari's village in Daura is also Buhari's in-law. They are also maritally connected. According to them, the man went to the dungeon of the Fulani terrorists. He paid ransom. Go and check it online. It's out there. But here is a beautiful opportunity for you as a Yoruba man, as a Yoruba woman, that if you don't give your validation to Tifnumbu to fulfill, or any of them, because that's what you do, not just him. I know some of you are already gearing up right now to go and join them in PDP. Okay, that's your alternative. That's something they sold to you 7 years ago. APC, Egbekegbe, your alternative.
the gang of criminals who sold APC Egbekegbe to you in 2015, when you now look at your PDP, those who want to rescue you, Abi, you will still see the same face, the same faces of those who sold you APC Egbekegbe 7 years ago. That one no be mumu. So if you don't participate, you have a very legitimate reason. And in fact, it is the best reason. Among other things that are going to stop that illegal election, stop that illegal document, because it hasn't really been challenged anywhere, but we are getting to that time. I've already found out that there is already a court case challenging the Constitution of Nigeria, and at the same time challenging the authenticity and the validation of that, which is completely bogus, right? There is no authentication, there is no validation from the people about that constitution. It is a military decree that was forced on the rest of the people of that country, and then through the barrel of gun, right? We've had people who are already pushing that. Now, that is going to gain momentum as you go further into that election, because some of us won't really sit by and just let the likes of these rogues, right, wadu you into their own selfish agenda of ruling Nigeria with the promise of you will get this again. Oh, you will get electricity. Your children will get a WAEC form free. Oh, again, we're gonna give your children free food. In fact, some of you are going to get 5,000 naira every month because you have no job. You see all those nonsense, right? Nobody should be promising you anything on behalf of Nigeria when you haven't even agreed to be part of that Nigeria. Now, educating the people to know that you didn't agree to this. So no matter whatever blackmail this anyone wants to push, right? Look at me very well, right? None of us agreed to the 1999 Constitution. Nobody agreed to it, okay? Now, it is because of the poor education in Nigeria, the ignorance, and then the selfishness of those who actually knows. But it pays them. Why should they change it? It's paying the bill, right? Except for those few, including the army of ignorant mumus. Some of them are watching me right now. They don't even have a clue of what I'm talking about. But don't worry. As you are progressing to that, your fraudulent bogus election, a lot is going to come to light. A lot is going to get to you. And in fact, your options are going to be more than what the criminals are currently proposing to you. What do you have to lose? Referendum, when we say referendum, some of you get panic attack. Because when you hear referendum, you believe that, now the Biafrans are the ones who want referendum. You see that fraudulent 1999 Constitution, right? It will be trashed. It will be binned. And they can still hold on to it as long as they still have bullets in their guns, and they still have fireballs in their, in their bazookas and all of that. But one of these days, that is going to become, all those will become useless. They will become impotent, and they will not be able to stop what will eventually bury that 1999 Constitution. Referendum is that you actually need to know how everybody agrees to be part of Nigeria. I mean, that is what should be the Constitution. If not, listen, if not, everybody should just go back to the 1963 Republican Constitution, which actually defined who we were and who we are, and then what we wanted to be. You all need to know that in Nigeria, there is no one Nigeria, okay? There is no one, or there's no mono Nigeria. Nigeria is a country created by the colonialists that we call the colonial thugs, whose primary interest for forcing together nations, I'm talking about people who are nations on their own. They have their own culture, tradition, religion, trade, everything that defined them. But the British thugs were not interested in all of that. It was purely for commerce. They forced all these nations together, not minding their language difference, things that they don't have in common, but they saw them as one commercial machine that will make Britain great. That was what brought Nigeria together. So imagine forcing 250 people that speaks 250 languages together in a room, okay? And then you ask them to start communicating if they would like to live together as one country. And tell me if you will be the one to open the door, or they will break the door, break the window, and tell you we can't stay together because we can't understand ourselves. We can't understand ourselves. How can you understand yourself? Oh, great. Give them religion. Yeah, give them religion. Tell them, and for them to understand this religion, right? Change their language. You don't really have to change their language. Just make their language secondary because they need to communicate. You need to communicate with them, and we give that up. Not willingly. Not willingly. But despite that, despite us speaking blah, 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 me there, and all of that, right? Phone here, grammar there. You can still tell our differences are still obvious. And those who are benefiting from the fraudulent Nigeria of today, they know that the moment we come together to discuss this, we will figure it out and say, you know what? Let's go our separate ways. And we can still be brothers, neighbors. We can still trade together respectfully and go away from this Bambiala system, whereby when Borno is bleeding, Bayelsa will be bleeding economically. When Sokoto is bleeding, Lagos will be bleeding economically. That is not how to run a country. That is called Bambiala, what have you. And the only thing that allowed that is that fraudulent 1999 constitution. Have you even read that constitution yourself? Have you? Oh no, you should take your time and read it. That is the problem. It is the primary problem. Because in that book, right, it says, we all of us, we gave away our sovereignty. We gave away our land. We gave away our resources. We gave away our economy. We gave away everything in return for Nigeria to protect us. That is what that constitution said. When did we say that? When? Can you tell? 1999, military to democracy. Did you have a referendum on the 1999 constitution that you are going to use? You never had it. But again, make this the sound to you. Like say they speak Panya. And some of you will say, Panya. No wahala. You see the insecurity in Nigeria? You see the corruption in Nigeria? You see the misuse of power in Nigeria? Do you see the underdevelopment of Nigeria? Do you see the every vice thing that is going on, every vice that's going on in Nigeria is caused and allowed by that fraudulent Decree 3, Decree 4 of Abdul Salami Abubakar. You didn't endorse that. So you're going to wake up one morning. You're going to read it in the papers that they said the 1999 constitution is fraudulent. How fraudulent? See, when these fraudulent military guys and their civilian friends forced Nigeria together in 1966, what they did first was to suspend the 1963 Republican Constitution. Then Nigeria was practicing a sort of Republican kind of, no, let me put it this way. Nigeria was practicing something like a parliamentary system of government. It was parliamentary, which means that, yes, there is a bigger part, there is a bigger center, right? But around that center, they have the component body, which makes the regions, and they were independent of one another. southwest Nigeria, I'm talking about the western region, we were so rich. Oh, man. Some of you don't understand that when some of us finally kind of read through the history and we decided to just read through enough, and we figured out that Yoruba land could have been we could have been the greatest, one of the greatest country on earth. No joke. We were so rich. There was no real oil. We were so rich that we were borrowing the central government, the first from independence to 1963. We were so rich that we could give money to the central government of Nigeria. But they suspended all of that. They stopped it. And they said, no more regions. No. We now have one country. Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Ibibio, Ijo, Ishekiri, Tif, everyone from everywhere. Oh yeah, we are one now. We are one. There's no region anymore. Then they lied. So we're going to try American federal system of government, presidential rather. In America, they practice federal system of government, presidential system of government. I don't know how to join them together. It shall be one of them because they are like similar. That's what I was told, or that's what I studied when I was in secondary school. My political, federal system of government means, so when they say something federal, it is not mono. It is multi, right? It's not one. It is more than one. So in America, they have 50 states and one central government, which they called the federal government, the US government, all right? So these liars in Nigeria, they adopted that, but they didn't adopt the doctrine of presidential system or federal system of government, because that will still make the regions independent and powerful. No center, nobody at the center commanding everybody. So they gave you adulterated American-styled presidential system of government, which makes the federating states, it makes them subordinate. Is that even the right word? It makes them subjects of this powerful center. And that is what your 1999 Constitution represents. So you can't go into an election with that. No, you shouldn't. You shouldn't. You're going to get the same thing. Every state, including states from Yoruba land, they can't do anything that the federal government of Nigeria is interested in. Yeah, the 1999 Constitution said that. And you see those Tifnumbu and gang, they won't fight it. Listen, they told you that if you vote for APC, Egbe, in 2015, they were going to bring true federalism. They were going to give you state police. They were going to give you resource control. They were going to give you restructuring. 2015. And these are like kind of popular things among the southern part of Nigeria. Anything that just says, can we just go back to what we were before now and stop all this bullshit one Nigeria? It's okay with us, but it's not okay with the North. So the people who sold you that, they haven't given you that. Tifnumbu and Buhari and gang, they are now asking you, what is restructuring? What is restructuring? Now you, in the name of a swagger, in the Oshite, there's this Yoruba that Yemi Manlo, my great grandma, but Shoshi, Bieron Ashewo, Atoshi, àti òfò tẹ́ fẹ́ ṣe ní 2023 swagger yín. Now the same thing you have to come back and tell us and promise us. So Tifnumbu would need to come and promise our children free education under APC. Egbekegbe. Tifnumbu would have to come and promise you that he's going to defeat insecurity under APC. Egbekegbe. Tifnumbu, Oshibajo, Ikene Shatabandu, and the rest of all these guy men, they're going to come and tell you that they are going to fight corruption under APC. Egbekegbe. They're going to tell you that they are going to give you state police under APC. Egbekegbe. They are also going to campaign to you that they are going to feed your children again under APC. Egbekegbe. They are going to tell you that they are going to restructure Nigeria under Tifnumbu APC. Egbekegbe. And when they get there, they are going to ask you, what is restructuring? It's person whether they talk to, whether they talk in a call, and all I have to say is just wish you good luck.
Nígbà tá à ń gbàdúrà ká bọ́ lọ́wọ́ òkú ayé kan, tá a sì ń wò pa ń bọ́ ń bẹ̀ lọ wẹ́rẹ́wẹ́ ìwọ Ọlọ́run kí lè ṣe wa lórílẹ̀‐èdè Nàìjíríà gan tó tún wá gbé kọ́ọ̀lù mìíràn bọ̀ kọ́ọ̀lù burúkú lélẹ̀ abẹ́ ìbí ṣe à ń wò bí kọ́ọ̀lù.
So people are now asking the caller to pick the phone because Buhari is calling. A joke, so that you don't take that too serious. Maiyegun, what do you mean? You say you don't believe in this superstition. No. It's a joke, but sometimes if Buhari calls you, just pick him and tell us what you want to have anything. If you have anything good going for you, okay, and you have anything to, you have anything at all. So let me put it this way: you have any one of these negative people around you, you know it. Instinct will tell you to keep your good news to yourself until it materializes, and then you can share it, with the rest of the world. You know all those negative people. If your phone rings and it says Buhari, please pick him and tell us your experience. As among those you are looking forward to save you, this video is the video where the PDP, they went to Obasanjo to come and save them. Obasanjo said he's not coming back to their party, but he's going to help them. He said he's interested in who is going to be the next president. Do you want to hear that?
The delegation that visited former President Obasanjo include 4 former governors and members of the PDP National Working Committee. Chief Obasanjo reminded the delegations that he ceased to be a member of PDP on the day he tore his membership card and vowed not to be a member of any political party any longer. He, however, promised to continue to champion only things that would further promote the unity, peace, and progress of the country.
And there's nothing that will bring me back to partisan politics. But I will always be interested in what is good for Nigeria. And anybody who wants to have my advice, I will unstintingly give it in the best interest of Nigeria and in the best interest of Africa.
All of us have a responsibility to this country to keep this country united and build it to be the biggest country in Africa and the world.
The PDP National Chairman Yocha Ayu emphasized that the party would always require Chief Obasanjo's fatherly advice towards governance in Nigeria.
We have got the opportunity to serve again for additional 4 years, and Nigerians will know the difference.
You get it? Do you get it? You remember that guy? Do you get it? So the year, some will tell me, you get
it? Okay. If you don't get it, forget about it.
Exactly. Forget about it. So I also read it this evening. They said that they are waiting. See, another GPTO. In fact, I want to talk about this before I take calls. I want to take calls. So you can bring out your phones, right? Bring out your phones. The number is on your screen. WhatsApp calls only. And you can only call in when I'm live, okay? If you're watching this video, where you see where the Maiyegun January 24 is covered in green. That's a replay. Don't bother calling. That's a replay. But now that you are watching this and it's not covered, if it's not covered, it's live. So that number at the end of that slide on your screen is a WhatsApp number. In the next 10 minutes or less, I'll start taking calls, okay? So take a minute. If you are watching me on Facebook, on YouTube, or wherever if you haven't really shared this broadcast, take a minute and do that, okay? Just click on that share button, share it. My friends who have told me that they don't receive notification from YouTube. Listen, I've been told that like it seems to be like seasonal or something, okay? Take a moment. If you're watching this video, check, just tap MaiyegunsDiary Politico on YouTube, okay? When you get to the page, it will show you if you are still subscribed or not. If you are, right, just check again your notification. That setting. Check if it's on or off or whatever. Just put notification, set it on for all notifications. So let's take a moment before I say something about another fraud that you should pay attention to. These guys are fraudulent and they do it openly. And when you look at those who are keeping quiet or those who are trying to guide them on, they are also the same ones who have become motivational speakers who want to tell you they have a better option for you in 2023. I am telling you, they have no better option for you. It is still the same of the same. They will repackage everything. If you buy it, you will still come back to me in another 6 months. I mean, after your election, you'll come back to me after 6 months. I will back here again. You'll be listening to me, telling you, when I don't hit time again. If this one is going to last you for another 4 years, me, I go there here. They hammer you again. But before we do that, it is about this oil subsidy or fuel subsidy. That's why I need that 10. I need that 10 minutes. Now you take a moment, right? Like, share, and then subscribe onto MaiyegunsDiary Politico. Let's do that. It's not even a minute. 10 seconds. Brilliant. So I read it online earlier that Buhari's government is changing their mind on removing the oil subsidy. Shina oil subsidy, they call them a fuel subsidy. I don't know. That subsidy, the subsidy that Buhari said once they removed it, you start buying a liter of fuel in Nigeria. You start buying that for 302 naira. Still kind of lesser than a pound. I pay a pound 20 something or a pound 40 something for a liter of fuel in the UK. But my minimum wage in the UK, well, minimum wage in the UK is around £8, right? So which means I can afford it. I'll prefer it lesser anyway. But in Nigeria, the minimum wage in Nigeria is 30,000 naira before tax. After tax, you get paid 24,000 naira. So 24,000 naira in Nigeria a month is how much? 30 pounds or 40 pounds a month. So a liter of fuel will become 302 naira when they remove this subsidy finally. But let me tell you how this scam started. They have decided that they are not changing it in February anymore since they realized that, well, it'll be like around time, or everybody they para. If we do it like now, if we balloon, and we are not prepared. Do you get what I mean now? Because they know you are probably going to come out and protest, so they want to make sure that they have enough guns, enough bullets to chase all of you away. So they are putting a hold on it, or they will just surprise you eventually. But let's talk about the fraud called fuel subsidy. An ordinary Buhari idiot doesn't understand economic criticism. They don't. According to them, when you say these things, right, they get lost completely. Like, okay, I don't understand. Okay, my friend, you are just talking because you don't like Buhari. Even Buhari doesn't understand what I'm talking about. So it can mess up your life as much as it wants. And you, who doesn't understand, will never have a clue. So I understand, and I think the Buhari's handlers also understand, right? Fuel subsidy. They started paying subsidy after Obasanjo left power. And that was a Yaradua. Then Jonathan came. He was paying it too. Then it became a big thing because people were like, what the hell? How could the government say they were paying that much money to importer of fuel? And that government is not investing in the, sort of resuscitation of the refineries in Nigeria. So why? This doesn't make any sense. Spending these billions of dollars importing fuel and then saving Nigerians from buying it at exorbitant prices. What the hell? It became a big thing under Jonathan. When Jonathan said, we're going to remove it. Let's remove it. It was the APC, it was Tifnumbu and gang who actually, Tifnumbu Adams Oshiomole, who later became APC chairman, right? Well, he later became became a Edo State governor, became APC chairman under APC. They call it Occupy Nigeria. No, you can't remove the subsidy. Cut the long story short, right? Jonathan's government said, okay, we won't remove the subsidy. They agreed on a price, 87 naira. Nigerians started paying 87 naira. Since then, APC, Egbekegbe came. Tifnumbu, fake Pastor Ruga Oshibade, Buhari, and the rest of all those gangs in APC that are already working now to work on your brains, okay? Or they are already doing it anyway, right? They said, oh, this is absolute nonsense. How can we be exchanging $1 for 199 naira? What the hell? How can you be buying a liter of fuel for 87 naira in Nigeria, the giant of Africa, the second largest oil producer in Africa? All that kind of things they told you. Oh, come on. Economically, this and that, blah, 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 blah. When, all those nonsense they told you. Then they got the power. Oh, we are going to build one refinery each every year. So in 4 years, we're going to build you 4 refineries, brand new ones. First, we're going to renovate. We're going to rehabilitate all those ones that are already moribund, the old ones. They shall have made all those promises. My brothers and sisters, 6 years after that, before that, when they now got in, 1 liter of petrol will be 14 naira per liter. There are still those ombud mumus, ombud slaves, obedient fools that were still using that line, that they are waiting for Buhari to bring a liter of petrol in Nigeria down to 14 naira per liter. They are still waiting. So, Buhari woke up in 2016. He said, you know what? This subsidy is a fraud. It's costing Nigeria too much money. But here is the joke on them. They came in 2015, May. And between 2015 and May 2015 and December 2015. See, when I give you things like this, right? I would pretty much love it if you can go online and Google it. Just Google it. I've given you the keyword. Between May 2015 and December 2015, when this APC, this jihadist, Panyo, People's Congress of, what do they call it? People's Congress, APC. They did something called supplementary budget. Do you know that the money that Nigeria paid for subsidy between May 2015 and December 2015 under APC, Egbekegbe, to keep the price of petrol at 87 naira, doubled what Goodluck Egberejo Lantan paid between January and that same May. Doubled it. That was the first time they were like, no minister, no nothing. Buhari was the minister of petrol. Gang, 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 gang. Happy New Year, 2016. Boom. We are going to remove the subsidy. The Buhari idiots, most of them that never worked in their lives. Right? Facebook bandits, social media artsmen. Yes, remove it. That one became a partial wahala. But because it was Buhari, remove it. It's corruption. And build refinery for us. 87 naira per liter petrol jumped to 145 naira per liter. Yes, it's okay. Occupy Nigeria. They don't feel occupy anywhere because now them the government. So they fraudulently made you agree, or you were so powerless to even fight back. But it happened, Abi. They've removed subsidy. We just start paying 145 naira per liter. Then we got to 2017, 2018, and they said Nigeria paid 1.2 trillion naira in 2016 for subsidy. Nigeria paid 1.3 trillion naira for subsidy in 2017. Are you people mad? Which subsidy again? Is it not the subsidy you removed that people started paying 145 naira per liter? What is wrong with you people? But many of you know if you talk. If you see, check some of my videos, I always do something on those things because that's what I do. Tell you about the fraud. But some of you say you don't mind. So that's why it's easier for them to defraud you again and again. And then you turn around to say, God, why? God, why? And I am here to tell you that stop looking into the sky. You hypocrites. Who are you calling on? Which God are you calling on? You bloody hypocrites. They didn't build refineries. They removed subsidy. You are paying now. Everything remain moribund. You pay more. And one thing is that, but we know they get queue for petrol station anymore. Oh, that's amazing. You no longer get the queues. Wow. The other guys can continue to smile to the bank. Then you feel like, oh boy, this money too much. We know refinery we no build. 6 years we no build. We didn't build a single refinery. All the refineries in Nigeria, we didn't even make one single one to be working optimally, like full capacity. 6-7 years. Rather, they were building refineries in Niger Republic, and they are laying a pipeline from the Niger Delta. They are laying pipeline to Niger Republic to go and refine the Niger Delta crude oil in hundreds of kilometers away in another country. Well, we need to remove subsidy. We cannot continue to pay 1.something trillion to subsidize Nigerian buying fuel for 145 naira per liter. Now you are buying it for how much? 161 naira per liter or 163 naira, Abi? So it's meant to be 302 naira. Now the Buhari's government, Abi, they are now saying, oh, we are not removing subsidy again. Which subsidy are you paying if you are smart? Some of you are not smart. But we just need to keep reminding you. We need to keep reminding you. Because sometimes you feel like you are smart. But you know one thing, when they do all these things, right? It's further, when the corruption, when this cesspit of corruption is widened like that, yeah? What you have is that you also widen the basket, the pit hole of poverty, because people will be falling it. You know, it's like people standing, Nigerians are standing on they are standing on quicksand. So which eventually is going to swallow them. That is what APC Egbekegbe did. They rob you, psychologically ruin you, that you are so confused that even everything I'm saying right now, some of you watching me from Nigeria, it can be like, say, what is he talking about? Maiyegun, what is the solution? What's the solution? I love that. You see? When the dumb of the dumbest finally figure out like, oh boy, be like Maiyegun they talk to. Or maybe I say this thing don't make sense. So maybe I say I be stupid person for actually listening to these guys all these days. It doesn't make any sense, Sha. When they say Nigeria is poor, so this guy deliberately opened the door to deplete the whole country, steal from you, make it look legit. Why they also make you the other way? Last, the money is completely taken off, and the wealth is kept by them within themselves. And the wealth of the country is, and when you look at your own pocket, it's empty. You hear billions, trillions, and you can't even feed your own child. So when Maiyegun's key points start eating you, and you feel like, oh boy, I didn't look at it. I mean, I didn't see it that way. Man, I never thought it that way, Sha. So is that what they did? So Nigeria is paying subsidy. So is that what they said they want to remove? So what happened to the one they removed in 2016? What happened to the one they removed in 2018? What happened to the one they now make us pay double for petrol? What happened to the refineries they promised us? What happened to this and that? So if they're now saying that, oh, we are not removing the subsidy, we are going to pay it, are they doing us a favor? Do they want us to say thank you? Is it that they are going to eventually remove? What happened to all the promises then? No, You won't be able to ask what happened to the promises because they are already sending you another Kolu. Same way they send you the Kolu Buhari, and they send you the fake Pastor Ruga Oloyibo, Professor Onijibiti, fake pastor, as they package them for you then, that you became so dumb that you believe their lies. They are already doing the same thing. In fact, you are already doing it for them. Because most of you agree that Buhari has failed. But to you, Pastor Ruga may be an option. And to me, I am saying it to you that they say if it looks like duck, if it quack like duck, my sister, na ducky. Maiyegun, what is the meaning? I don't know. I don't know the meaning. But it's very straightforward. They say if the thing look like if it look like if it look like duck, if it quack like duck, quack, 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 quack. Brossy, na ducky. If it look like APC, if they talk like APC, if they talk like your Messiah, if they begin to sound like they understand the problem, begin to sound like they are not part of the problem. If it sound like fraud, if it looks like fraud, if it looks like what you have seen before, you have nothing to lose. If you see it as a fraud, because it is, this particular one, now fraud, what do you have to lose? Vote for APC, turn to prayer warrior. Again, that's something that, remember the last time they were fighting in Lagos? So we spoke to the chairman of the Lagos Abobakus, the All-Risers, to tell us what happened. Baba, what happened for Lagos? So, MC Olueron, sir.
But I'm the state chairman, National Union Road Transport Worker, police branch chairman. As you understand, you see, I'm the state chairman. You understand? Anything to happen, any branch to Nekaluku Batin Shishe, I collect our state. So you see, my wife, where you pay a coba ilo shele. But I don't see any letter. Now, to buy some kilo shele leko, or the batibare any to je branch chairman ye. Lately, wa complain for me pay coba ni o shele leko. But any time I pay to take my phone, time on now too. But there's some people who look at best infestation ni oriye. Any to buy share.
Thank you. MC. I want to open the line, but I need to make myself a cup of tea. So while you are grabbing your own phone, I'm going to go grab a cup of tea, okay? And when I come back, I'll take calls. Over to you. For those who followed from the beginning, for those who follow from the middle, sometimes read the comments as well. So when I get back, we can continue. So thank you very much. Let's go with the Sue.
Thank you. So I'm going to open the line now, okay? And then I'll take a few calls, okay? And then we'll round it up tonight. Sorry with my and I just had to make out the sentence in one, okay? So share the broadcast. I'm waiting.
Facebook. And yes, we like you. YouTube. And yes, we like oh, Baba and yes, we like
Thank you. Hello there.
Maiyegun, first time.
Hello, you're a first timer, but you're actually, you see, when people say their first time of calling, right? Most of you are actually not first time. Majority of you have been on the line, on the queue for a long time. So it's a privilege that we are speaking for the first time.
Yes, that's why. That's why you are doing a marvelous job.
Thank
you. Have said
you.
everything I actually want. I just want to say hello to you.
Sorry, do you mind speaking up, please? Because it seems to be a little bit... okay, hang on. I think it's from my end. Go on, sir.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Your name, sir, and where you're calling from?
My name is Victor. I'm calling from London.
Victor from London. Now you are live. Everyone can hear you, sir.
So this is what I would tell people. Because I would say my mom is part of them. But, you know, these old people still have this belief. Usi Mada. It was when I reminded mommy, I said, Mommy, Igba ye Usi Mada. Mama 41 very soon. Like, that was when on me conle. One thing or about to do for my Doria Bakudu. On me conle one more because my former. So look, the best way is Ejekonika Lufu Pengari, Ejekonika Lufu ma low more. Oh, sing country. Tabadi okay, you run this at the Bangota Nika. Yes, sir. I'm a competition in my work. I'm a man, borders, I must say everything. We need to pay one on the basis of we are one. I'll move up. Lagos the Barotas okay. What defense? The last time, Timolo later ni mo sọ fún wọn mo ní ọ̀nà yìí ọkàn mi ò balẹ̀. Wọ́n mi ní àti bá wọrí kò sí nǹkan kan. Èmi àti wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀ oúnjẹ tá à ń sè mo ní ṣe nǹkan ti wà àbí òtítù báyìí. Because nobody is safe. Lagos Ìbàdàn ò ṣe ń rìn mọ́ báyìí sí train náà àtọ́mọ́ tún fẹ́ gba train òfurufú ẹjọ́ ibo ló wá safe. So it's pathetic, honestly speaking. It's àwọn àgbààgbà tá a jẹ ní sílé yẹn wọn fẹ́ mọ̀ pé nǹkan ń tẹ̀lé ogun wàhálà ń bọ̀. Ó yìí máa dá yìí náà ti jòkó lé lórí. So àwọn mọ̀mú kìíní yẹn pọ̀ Ọlọ́run dá ìsìn mi mọ́. Mọ́mí ẹ̀ má bínú òbò ẹ̀yìn náà wà lára àwọn tó ń ṣe believe in one Nigeria. But I guess máa fàdúrà ràn wọ́n lọ́wọ́ náà ní kọ́lọ̀ bá wà.
Ṣì máa fàdúrà, okay? I mean, kò kí ń pọ̀ jù lọ máa ń sọ àdúrà yẹn kò kí ń pọ̀ jù. But ẹ mọ̀ pé tẹ́ bá wo majority àwọn èèyàn tó ti give up lórí ọ̀rọ̀ Nigeria, majority of them, all of Nigeria gone. Majority of us, we used to like Nigeria a lot,
Honestly.
But we get pushed to that point where you feel like, person not deceive himself again, Jerry. If he can be other way around, it will be better. But again,
you know what I mean?
Thank you so much for calling.
No problem.
Thanks so much
for having me.
It's a pleasure. You're my first caller. That's Victor from London. Amazing. So I have another caller on the line. Hello.
Hello, Baba.
Sir.
Aja Fis don't sọ̀rọ̀ láti Atlanta.
Aja Fis. Again, sir. It's good to have you again, sir. You are live. Go on.
Kókó la bógun, kókó la bókè. Ògùn òjò níṣòwò kó má lè nọjà kókó báyìí òun làárọ̀ tá ń lè.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ni.
Àjíǹde bá ní tọ̀bọ̀nbọ̀n. Táàsẹ̀ bá gbin ẹ̀ á lé ní. Kókó lẹ̀ ara máa lé ní.
Àṣẹ.
Tí àwọn ìtẹ̀mọ́pá lè ní yìí. Ní làákàyè tèmi báyìí máa ní gbogbo bí wàhálà ṣe ń bọ̀ ní Nàìjíríà yìí. Àwa Balacha gbàtẹ̀rù ẹ̀. Àwa Yorùbá ni a gbàtẹ̀rù ẹ̀. Tó bá dẹ̀ máa dáa náà, ọwọ́ àwa Yorùbá náà ló wà.
So Alhaji Hafiz, tell mind, ẹ bá mi máa mix ìkíní yẹn because of àwọn tó ń gbọ́ wa, ṣe get nsìn, mi ò ní mind. Ẹ bá mi mix ẹ, just for their own sake, not really that pon láti jẹ, ẹ ti get ẹ bá mi máa mix ẹ pẹ̀lú òyìnbó fún àwọn èèyàn tó ń gbọ́ wa, just you know, or as much as you can, sir. Go on.
Okay, I'll try.
Thank you.
I'll try. Yeah, what I'm saying is this. Like, the cause of Nigerian problem lies in the hands of we, the Yorubas. We, the Yorubas, we are the main cause of Nigerian problem. And if you want an effective solution to it, it lies in the hands of we, the Yorubas. Because Tabawo, constitution that so the constitution that we have right there, that Nigeria, Yoruba ló gbà wọlé. So Yorùbá tó dẹ̀ gbà wọlé yìí sìn, wọ́n á ní bàbá kan ni, a sì ń bọ̀ àbá wọn yẹn kò sí ọ̀rọ̀ ò tí dọ́dọ̀ àwọn, a sì ń bọ̀. But Tabatu wo, they said lùkúlùkù tó tún gbé wá yìí sẹ́yìn, kọ́lí tó gbé wá yìí. Tó bá ní kí ló ṣe lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, àwọn èèyàn ní ó sàwọn kan, ó gbá àwọn kan dìde, kọ́ lọ gbogbo àwọn tó gbé dìde. Ó máa ń pa àwọn kan, gbá àwọn kan dìde ni. Rule of his game near divide and rule. That is what he's using. Right from his day one, divide and rule. Ó máa pa àwọn, okay, ó ń pa àwọn driver, ó ń gbé agbèrò dìde. Nínú political party ẹ̀kọ́ lọ wò ó, àwọn kan ti wà ń bẹ̀. Okay, Taylor tó ń ránṣọ fún. Báwo ni ṣe jẹ chairman? Ṣùgbọ́n ọlọ́kàn lè fún ní pé à ń jà lọ́dọ̀ wa o, ẹ bá a dá sí i, ṣé wo lè jẹ́ chairman ni lọ lè kó lọ múra. Ó wà ẹ̀kọ́ nǹkan tí n sọ lè dàbí.
I know the person. I know this kind of person. So I mean, all our stories there kọ̀ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀ yẹn. So yẹ pé wọ́n so funny gan, and that's how he kind of established or stamped his authority. Sometimes two people can come in and they'll be like, ìwọ tí wọ́n wá tó ń parí ìjà, ṣé wọ́n ò lè jẹ rep ni? Ṣé wọ́n ò lè lọ ṣe senate ni? And from that moment, that will be like, me sir, me, senate. Sure sir, I can do aṣíwájú, I can. And they will do anything to serve him forever.
Ìyẹn kó àwọn bàbá tó sì wà lábẹ́ ẹ̀ṣẹ̀ tí wọn ti lè sọ̀rọ̀. Wọn ò ní lè sọ. Tí wọ́n bá wo àwọn bàbá kan lẹ́kọ̀ọ́ látòrí àwọn olùsìn nǹkan ni. Ṣèbọ́ ọmọ ẹ̀ wà ń jọba ń sìn. Olùsìn náà rí nǹkan jẹ mọ́ngbà tó fún wọn nípa ẹ̀ máa tilẹ̀ jẹ́ ń bíbà yìí. Lódì nǹkan tí gbogbo wọn bọ́ sínú akóló ẹ̀ tí wọn ò lè sọ̀rọ̀ mọ́. Bàbá tó kọ̀wé jáde lẹ́nu ọjọ́ mẹ́ta yìí, ṣèbó owó náà ló gbà ló jẹ́ kó máa sọ̀sọ́kúsọ.
Akande.
Bẹ́ẹ̀ ni, tẹ bá wo gbogbo àwọn ọba látòrí ọba of Lagos, báwo lọ́ba of Lagos ti ṣe débẹ̀, ṣèbá tìlẹ́yìn tiẹ̀ yìí ni, báwo lọ́ba of Lagos ti ṣe ń tiẹ̀. Nígbà tó bá yẹ kó yẹ àwọn tó yẹ kó bọ́ sórúkọ, wọn ò jẹ́ kó débẹ̀ nítorí owó àti mo mọ̀yàn tí a fi ń ṣe. Tàbá wo gbogbo àwọn ọba ilẹ̀ Yorùbá tó kù, èwo ni òní màálùú nù wọn, ibo lọ ti ń sìn, ráǹṣì wọn dà, báwo lẹ fẹ́ ká fáìtì àwọn Fúlàní látòrí Aláàfin Ọ̀yọ́.
Ajé Hafiz, ọpọlọ ní ẹkú làákàyè.
Ráǹṣì mélòó ni bàbá kọ́? Before 2015, Buhari sì wá bá bàbá ní Ọ̀yọ́ tó wá bá wọn sọ pé tó báwo lẹ máa sọ̀rọ̀ àwọn Fúlàní yìí sí. Kí lè síjọ́ náà lọ́hùn? Kí là ń rí ń sìn?
Haji Hafiz, ẹ jẹ́ kí n gbé other calls too. Thank you so much, sir, for chipping that in. Honestly speaking, it makes a lot of sense. I'll use the remaining few minutes to just explain to my friends as well, okay? It's a brilliant point you raised. Very, very brilliant point. Thank you, sir. So that's G. Hafiz from Texas, I believe, yeah? Now, what he was saying is so good, right? He was talking about us, the Yorubas, being party to what has befell, to what befell Nigeria. He said, we all agree that the constitution is faulty, dubious, and fraudulent. But it was the Yoruba president who accepted that constitution. And when he had a chance to trash it and get it done and give Nigeria democracy, Obasanjo didn't do that. He decided to manipulate the constitution and the system and give himself a life presidency. When he couldn't get that, he gave Nigerians a sick president. And since then, it's been a down spiral since then. Okay. So he also mentioned that when we talk about this insecurity as well, right? Look at the Fulani and their cows and what have you. That if you look around very well, you realize that majority of all these are royal fathers. They are the owners of some of these cows. They don't have ranches. They are kings who don't have land to build ranches to put in their cows and their what have you. They hired some of these guys. And how do you fight that? That's part of us doing an internal inquiry and all of that, which Ajay Hafiz wanted us to do, asking those cogent, important questions, okay? At the end of the day, he believed that until we break ourselves up as in away from this madness, we are not ready, in my own opinion. I mean, in his own opinion. So I have another caller. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly, Maiyegun. Good evening.
Good evening to you. So, just for the sake of our listener, do you mind just tell us your name, brother?
It is always your personal person, Tunde from
Tunde. God bless you. That's Tunde from South Africa, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. So, Tunde, you listened to this from the beginning. One of the highlight of this broadcast is that Buhari is a failure, known to many people, including his own supporters, right? When he made that call to the Super Eagles and Super Eagles lost, all of us are reacting. Somehow, everybody's reacting, right? Including his own supporters too. But how are they so much interested in that and not interested in the failed country under Buhari that is about to be also transferred to another near failed individual at Ifnumbu? So that's the highlight. But you have the floor Sunday.
Maiyegun, honestly, Yoruba, if something that came yesterday, he said some things yesterday. He said, Yoruba, God gave us everything. Even the colonials, they knew who we were. See, every knowledgeable word that describes us, that is going to lead us, and that is supposed to be like a caution for us, we have it. Baba, Yoruba, Abusi is killing us. That word, Abusi. I don't know what Abusi is in English. How I'm going to say it. Abusi should be.
I know.
I mean, for God's sake, Nigeria is far away from. We're always far away from professionalism. Okay, why is he calling the boy? Why? For what? Why?
That's the question. Everybody, millions of people are asking that. Why?
You're promising guys that earn more than how much you want to give to the whole team. This guy earns money, for God's sake. Kelechi collects over 200,000 every month. He collects over 200 every month. Now you're promising 250 for the whole team. Dangote promised you this, or Tadana promised you this. Why that we always use money as motivation for
it's I think it's for ego tripping. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, they said it's only Nigeria that kind of do that. Okay, because all these people with their money, they will invade and bombard all their camps. Making all this. See, Tunde, continue.
Why we always, I keep saying this. Why do we always motivate each other with money? And these are the roots of our problems. It's the root of our problems. Money, we worship money too much as Nigerians. We worship money too much. That is why truth is always far away from everybody. Truth is always far away from us. We worship money. Is it by force? Do we have to live this kind of a life? And the mentality. Imagine these boys. They are going through a knockout stage. They need psychologists. I'm sure Super Eagles does not have the psychology, for God's sake. Yeah. Those things are supposed to build us. We are far away from it. All the psychologists we have in Nigeria are not working. I'm sure they are jobless. Most of them don't have jobs. You can't be a psychologist in the Western world and you're jobless. It will never happen. So we have a long way to go. See, this thing, I always say this thing. And people will be saying, God, God. You are disturbing about God. You always disturb that man. He has given us two things, the conscience and the brain to execute. The conscience to know what is bad and what is wrong. And we keep going back. That is we keep going back. We don't want to learn. We don't want to say the truth to each other. Me, the way I am, I don't care. I say the truth to you, Papa. I say the truth to you. As my friend, as my brother, I'll say the truth to you. That's the only way we can grow. Tinubu is a nowhere to go. We can't deal with him. That guy is a killer, for God's sake. He's a murderer. It's somebody who puts kings and don't appoint kings. Somebody who appoints kings. He has desecrated our ancestral land. For God's sake. We are Yoruba people, for God's sake.
Thank you, Tunde.
We are Yoruba people. In fact, it's just painful. Very painful. Tonight, honestly, for like 3 days, I've not been fine. But each time I think about Nigeria, I'm always down.
It can always be, we'll get there. And in fact, I believe that it will be quicker than we can also sort of imagine. I've got that positive feeling as well. So, Tunde, thank you for chipping that in tonight as well.
Thank you, my brother. Go keep the good work.
God bless you. Have a good one, Baba. I have another caller. Hello. Hello, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening, brother. Your name, sir?
Yeah, this is Mr. Jide speaking from UK.
Mr. Jide, you are live, sir.
Yeah.
Please.
Oh, yeah, thank you. What I want to say is the problem of Nigeria, I think it lies in the hands of the Yorubas. If you look at the injustices that have been happening to Nigeria for the past 50 years, you realize that Yoruba always have a hand in it. And the northern caliphate, like the northern elite, before they make any move, they need an insider from the Yorubas to validate that thing. Like, to kind of give them extra power to do the evil thing they want to do. Before they zoom the presidency, they pick a northern person, right? And they find another person from Yoruba. They will never go to the Igbos because they know that, Igbos are smart people. The Igbos, they stand for something. See, I'm Yoruba, but I will say the truth. Sheri Yoruba, a lot of us, I don't know if it is because of the culture and the way we were raised to respect elders. That thing has kind of bastardized the culture in such a way that even if we see the truth, we don't say it.
You can't say it.
And this brings about backstabbing. Look at what Igbo did for Yorubas and the people supporting Igbo when, he was fighting for Yorubas. Everybody on social media was like, nothing must happen to Igbo, you must not touch Igbo, Even the youth who doesn't know Igbo and the ones who knew that, okay, Igbo, was, to be realistic, Igbo was also part of, the politicians. You can say Igbo is just like, this guy just posted this video, a Luomo kind of person. It's just that Igbo had the limit to it to say, no, I must start for my people, But the thing, the bottom line is, after everything, look how we don't hear about Igbo again. Although we know that there are some things, going on underground that we don't know, but at least, you first of all, order for Igbo. The Kanu that was in the same situation. Look at the way the Igbos organize themselves. Those are the people that that they know what they stand for. They know what it means to have their own country on their own. But Yoruba to date, Yoruba cannot do sit at home for Igbo. And look at that the same Yorubas are now pushing for Oshibanjo. I won't be surprised if you see Yoruba people before 2023 supporting Oshibanjo.
Why are you waiting that long, Jide? They are already supporting Oshibanjo. They are already fighting. People are already saying Tifnumbu is greedy and they are Yoruba. So I don't know if you haven't been following things. So it's already happening next year, okay?
It's already happening. You see, I don't know if it's laziness or we are just too adamant or just lazy to fight for freedom. And that is one thing I will give the Igbos for. If Igbos, they stand for something, they believe in Biafra, they believe in having their own country. But you see, but no lie. Like, and it's not like I think we are the one gaining from this same Nigeria. We don't gain anything. We sell our people out for peanuts. Tinubu, look at the way Tinubu, as his age at 2015, carrying boom up and down, shouting. When we go to England, took their soldier, and they voted for their soldier. In Nigeria, who do we talk to? Buhari. At that age, in all that press, just because you want to not turn out to become president. So they believe, let's just call the country Republic of Fulani or Republic of North Nigeria. Because Yoruba has it is, we don't even have a say. Okay, bro.
Thank you so much. I mean, you made your point. You made your point, and I can tell you, you didn't misspoke at all. And I bet people listened. And I'm sure as well that you're probably not the only person who feel that way. Okay? But thank you for chipping that in tonight. Jide, you have a good one, okay? I'll take one more. I will call it a night because of our time. Hello there.
Hello, Maiyegun.
Sir.
How are you?
I am very well, oh. How are you?
I'm fine. This is Dr. Obawale from Cali in the U.S.
Dr. Obawale from California. Can I actually call it in full? Because I love that.
Yes.
Doctor.
Yes.
I'm actually speaking to a doctor, somebody who identifies as a doctor for the first time on my program, and I feel privileged. Sir, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm glad that I came through. Like, I've been trying a couple of shows of yours.
I'm glad you made it tonight. So you're live. Everybody can hear you now, sir.
Okay, straight to the point. The caller that called.
Go on.
The caller that called about a while ago. I mean, a minute ago. So Sunday Igbo chief. MC Oluomo. That's a misinformation.
You want
they
to
are
take
not
that
the same.
Please.
Yeah, that's not the same. I don't want to bastardize what he said, but how can those two be the same? That's perpetual misinformation. Then secondly, the only way revolution Marshall.
I'm with you, sir.
Without that energy, we are going nowhere. Without the youth energy, we are going nowhere. We are going nowhere. That's the truth of the matter. We are not going anywhere. I mean, before Catholic Odua Republic, Yoruba Nation, Biafra Republic, I think we have to critically look at this.
Right.
Can we get a regional system
first, right?
And slowly work our way into disintegration?
I think that's what will happen. I know people.
I think
people
right
don't
now,
always agree.
People don't agree. That's fine. They have their own,
I mean, I'm agreeing
opinion.
with you because I have presented that on this platform before. I said, if to say, it's just that it's a bit tricky. It's complicated, right? Nigeria, when you want to approach things like this, normally the way it should go is that first you start with the constitution. The next thing is that you go regionally, which means you control your resources and all that. And gradually one day, Nigeria is messed up.
We cannot. There's no definite formula that will make us land into respective, countries.
Yeah, that's perfect because there's no definite or what have you formula to arrive. You are right.
No.
We need nation state first. Nigeria as an entity is huge. And the people that have shares in it are not only Nigerians. They are also international bodies.
That's true.
So, our band, Yoruba Nation, I'm not against it. I spoke with my uncle one of those days. He works at Unilag. He graduated from there, and he said he buys the idea, but who wants to die right now? Who wants to die? Who wants to be in the forefront of things? Nobody. Okay, I think that Sunday Chief Daddy. Who else came out? If not the pastor, Pastor Bankole? Who else? And secondly, the caller that came before me, he also said something about Yoruba, where Yoruba is the problem of Nigeria. That's not true.
Okay.
During the old Western region, who went against Awolowo, shaking me. He came with the Northerners. So he betrayed Sikh. He betrayed Awolowo.
And guess what? The Igbos didn't forgive him for that, too. You still see our Igbo brothers and sisters will say, that's Zeke. That guy messed up. Like,
we know the history now. Ojukwu said Awolowo was the best president Nigeria ever had. Why would he say that? There's a reason behind it. So I think we need the youthful energy, and we need to regionally have a nation state before we could, say conclusively that we want to disintegrate completely. It's not going to happen like that. I've been shouting Yoruba. I went into it and I researched, and Nigeria is just too huge of an elephant that we cannot okay. No, we have to consider different things. And if we accept that, I think we have a way forward in the right direction. But people call me, Biafra Republic, Yoruba Nation. It's not Maiyegun, it. You believe in the UK, it's not going to work like that. The cabals and all that.
I completely agree with you. You know why I'm agreeing with you is because somebody else may call in and say, no, I disagree with, I disagree with Doctor. But that's the beauty of this whole thing, right? That's the beauty of this whole conversation, right?
But that's fine.
We check on things that are practical. What you just said right now is practical. It requires commitment. Who will be part of it? You have asked that question, a rhetorical question, I would say, right? But here is the point. Yeah. Nigeria is so complicated enough that people believe that any approach this time is right. But we all know practically, before we break up a country, if it's not by war, okay, it has to start from identifying your borders.
One thing Nigeria has as an issue is the firework approach. We don't go back to the root cause analysis and say, hey, listen, I want you to mind the disease state. Okay, prognosis is diagnosis is okay, kilamashi lati treat it. Next time you call kilamashi lati prevent it. But Nigeria just, it's a disease, let's treat it.
I know.
And then everything is okay. No. That's the truth, honest truth. Okay, let me give someone else.
That's so brilliant, Doctor. Okay, I'm going to say one or two things when you hang up right now, but it's a pleasure having you, I have to say. Honestly, I hope I get lucky next time to have you around, okay? So, on MaiyegunsDiary Politico, the conversation can be so broadened. People publicly, the people openly disagree here. They will say, I disagree with Doctor. In fact, if I take another call right now, you probably will hear somebody that will say, I disagree. But we check on things that are practical. Whatever Doctor said there, I've said it before, okay? I said if Nigeria was to be a country, a place that is real, starting with the constitution, okay? That would define everybody's place. We all know where we come from, okay? I'm a Yoruba man. I know where I come from. You are an Igbo man or a TV man, a BBO, a Jaw, you know that. Wherever you come from, okay? You do know where you come from. So it is that book, that constitution that should acknowledge you, let you have control over where you come from, how you want to be ruled, how you want to be led, all that stuff, all by yourself. Are you with me now? That is the regional part that can then say, oh, you people of Yoruba land, the government of Yoruba land says we are living practical, yeah? But again, in Nigeria, many agree that it's not practical. If you're asking them to give you this, regionalism and the restructuring and what have you, ask those before you. How come it's become so hard or impossible for them to even get an ordinary restructuring that could even, sort of pave way for a regional system of government and on and on and on? So that is why many people don't believe in it, okay? So that's why I said if we disagree sometimes, let's disagree logically. We don't need to abuse ourselves. We don't need to attack ourselves. I'll take one more and I'll call it a night. Hello.
So that's why I said, hello, sir.
Hello,
good evening, sir.
Good evening to you.
Yeah.
Your name,
hello,
please.
sir. Yeah. My name is David.
David.
Yeah.
Calling from the US
David,
or
sir.
Canada. Do you want to be specific?
I'm calling from Canada. Yes, sir.
Canada,
Yes,
guess
sir.
right.
Yeah.
So, David, you are going to be my last caller
Yes,
because
sir.
of my time, and I'm glad to, speaking to
Okay.
you, with you right
Yeah.
now. And you can use the time because
Yeah.
everyone can hear you, David.
Okay, sir.
Go on, sir.
Okay, sir. Yeah. Maiyegun, sir, I 100%, you are right about one thing. You said something about the next caller, which you are right about. I 100% disagree with the doctor.
Please tell us tell us why.
Thank you very much, sir.
Please.
You don't negotiate with terrorists.
Hmm.
You get it? You don't, these people are nothing but parasites. You don't give parasite chances. You get it? You don't give them a chance. If you give them a little chance, they will devour you. You get it? So this thing we are doing, why many people don't ask themselves this one question? Why do you think everybody wake up at this very moment? We are not just following this thing pragmatically, I'm following it pathologically as well. You get it?
I'm with you.
So this thing is sanctioned by God. You get it? This thing is not our own decision. God is the one waking us up that it is time for us to move. We don't have to stay with these people. You get it? If we say we want to practice regional system of government and we try to it means we are locking ourselves under these people again. Then they will use whatever influence they have to buy everything in the southwest and the southeast and enslave us. Psychologically, we enslave us. So
And
we
then,
don't have to
even add to your argument, David, yeah? Some believe
Yes,
that regional system of government still simply means you can't stop Nigerians from moving around Nigeria. You can't say because you are Yoruba's region, you don't want Fulani to come across. They are still Nigerians. You are still part of Nigeria. They can move anywhere.
That's the thing.
So that's why
it.
some people disagree with regional system right now, that they just go and break up. But again, continue, David.
Sir, all the research that I've made so far, all the research that I've made so far about Fulani people, what everybody regretted, what the non-Fulanis regretted is giving a Fulani man a chance. You get it? It's giving them a chance or trying to negotiate with them. These people are nothing but demons. This is what they characterize themselves as. You understand? This is why most of them put on this ego. This is it. You don't negotiate with such people. These people are just like parasites. When a parasite comes to a tree, it will ask the tree, just let me stay here. You get it? When the tree gives the parasite a chance, the parasite will start sucking, the content of the vitamins that is supposed to make the tree fresh. The parasite will start sucking it. It will be sucking it. It will be sucking it. I was born in Lagos Island. I was raised in Surulere. You understand? But I had the chance to go and live in my mother's village for 4 years. So I saw things. I saw a whole new world. So this was where I learned about parasite. When you want to deal with parasite, you will cut everything off. When you see it as a little on a tree, on a cocoa tree, on anything, you cut it off at once. You don't wait for it. These people are like cancer. You understand, sir? What doctor is saying is that we should make agreements with the cancer. Let me bring it to the doctor terminology. I might not know much. I'm not claiming I know everything about everything. I know a little bit about a little bit. You understand?
That's all that matters.
What is there? Yeah, what is there is that when you give, if these people are like cancer, when a cancer wants to start growing, thank God the person that called is a doctor. You have to cut it off.
Cut the tumor off.
When you give it a chance, you will definitely regret it. You get it, sir? So we coming to the table trying to bring this people regional government system or whatever it is, it won't work. We have to stand our ground. We have to make our stand. We have already made our stand. Then we have to stand on it. This is what I see there, sir.
God bless you, David.
Thank you very much, sir.
It's a firebrand,
amen.
and I actually love it. Yeah, I love the energy as well. Thank you so much for making it onto the program tonight, David. And I hope I'm lucky next time to have you. Okay? You have a good evening and a wonderful night as well. To everyone who is also watching, I think, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this call of our mother in the temple, which is, which is just a call I can ignore. I will make it quick. Ma, can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you so much, my brother.
I thought I wouldn't just pretend I didn't see that. I've been seeing Edala Olu as well. But you know what? Most of the time when those calls are coming in, there are callers on the line. And I just look and I'm like, oh, it's going to cut out. So, Ma, I want you to help me manage that time. Okay? Briefly,
okay, quick.
What do you want to add to this?
Yesterday, Bashigo came online. Thank you for giving him that wonderful opportunity. Thank you so much.
I know.
He's a good leader, and we are right behind him. Yes, let's go to Tinubu. Anugomo of Lagos. The man should tell us his business. People are some of his supporters actually are telling us this man is making orders. Who are the people to make? Business wo ló dá sílẹ̀ tó gba Yorùbá síbẹ̀. Ṣé Ọ̀tẹ́dọ́lá ó dá business sílẹ̀ ó gba Yorùbá àárín nǹkan tó ṣe? Ẹ jẹ́ sọ nǹkan tí Tinubu fi tó ṣe fún ọmọ Yorùbá. This man has done absolutely nothing than stealing from Yoruba.
From us.
And now he's going about, like Father Christmas, going from one village to another village in the northern part of the country, sharing, distributing money. Look around. How many politicians do you think is that politics or buying votes? If this man really wants to do Father Christmas, he has done nothing. And this man is the enemy of Yoruba, and I will keep saying it. He has done nothing for us as a Yoruba. Yorubas are saying no, they are not going to vote 2023. He came out and he put himself forward. And not only in Yenuko, I will look for it company Fulani. They came out to the Maiyegun Were, the Maiyegun Oshi. They came out today saying the grazing route to our wọ́n ti gbà òpònú ojú yọbọ dìdìrìn ló máa gbà fáwọn nítorí ẹ̀kọ́ ẹni táwọn fẹ́ pọ̀ sí lẹ́yìn yẹn. Isn't that a call, a ringing bell, alarm? Wípé this man so-called ojú yọbọ tó ti fẹ́ tó ṣe yẹ́gẹ́yẹ́gẹ́ kíní tó dàbí mọ́tò ti fẹ́ pàṣẹ òpé yẹn.
Continue.
Don't love from pole to pole. At the age of 80-something, táwọn tó dẹ̀ tó ọlọ́run ló mọ̀ nǹkan tó ti promise àwọn mẹ̀yẹ́tì wèrè. These people are terrorists. The Fulanis, X-Men, they are I think number 3rd.
They are the 4th deadliest in the world.
The most deadliest terrorists in the whole universe. And now they are trying to align with him. Yoruba should wake up. Because I'm going to Olori Buruku Ajima Shamfani to promise you. This man, wà lẹ́kọ̀ọ́, kí ló ṣe fún wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́? Ẹ̀sọ̀ nǹkan tó ṣe fún wọn lẹ́kọ̀ọ́. Àwọn yẹn ní dressing route wọ́n ti gbà. Obviously, tí màá yìí lọ from pole to pole. Yoruba should wake up. There is danger. This man, to please Oloshi, but tó wà ń bẹ̀ yìí. Ó make sure you pay life àwọn youth. Always ìdànù ní nígbà EndSARS ní ẹni. He wasted Yoruba youth life. The life of youth tó wà ní Nigeria because those people killed are not just Yorubas.
They are not just Yorubas.
He killed them. This is the man that has no mercy. He has no respect for anybody's life. Tí màá ìbá jẹ́ ọlọ́run tí ẹ̀ ní jẹ́, àwọn alálẹ̀ ò ní gbà.
Àṣẹ. Ẹ̀yin ìyá ò gbọ́dọ̀ jẹ́.
Nítorí màá yìí máa burú gan ni. Ó máa brúta burúkú.
Àwọn èèyàn understand.
Ó máa brúta kiri tó ṣojú bí ojú ẹ̀jẹ̀ yẹn.
Hello, ma.
Ó máa burú gan ni.
Thank you so much.
Let me just get up before kí n tó máa ṣépè fún.
God bless you. Thank you so much for at least making it onto the program tonight as well, ma. Okay. Hopefully next time
Thank you.
Start early and we'll all have our time to express ourselves better than this. Okay. You have a good evening, ma.
Thank you. God
Cheers,
bless.
man. And you too. So this is where I'm going to draw the line. Okay. I'm going to say good night. She's done the closing for me. Okay. I'm already out of the time and all that. So I want to say thank you to every one of you, my super chatters, my regular commenters, my sharers, the likers, and then the callers. To every one of you who took your time with me tonight. It's been over 2 hours. I want to say thank you to you. If you're just joining, you can still watch the program. Watch the video from the beginning. It's going to be available for your view or a view in the next couple of minutes. So like my videos, share them, subscribe. Yeah, set your notification on so that when next I'm on, you and I will be here again for another wonderful session. It's always like this, if not better sometimes. So good night. You have a wonderful evening, every one of you.
Àní ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Maiyegun ti dé. Maiyegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Maiyegun ti dé. Lórí Facebook. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Maiyegun ti dé. Lórí YouTube. Maiyegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Maiyegun ti dé. Wọ́n bàbá gbé wúrẹ́. Àní ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Ijó ìgbádùn yẹ. Àní ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Presidency bá rúfin o. Àní ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Gómìnà kówó jẹ. Àní ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Ọlọ́pàá tí ń gba rìbá. Àní ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o. Àní ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Òpùrọ́ olóṣèlú. Àní ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùnra kì í. Àní ẹ̀sùnra kì í.